If you'll bear with us for just one more moment. Our closed session ran a little tight, so thank you. I know. Get it far. She was close to close. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the National School Board Governing Board meeting. I will call this meeting to order. And I would like to ask Nina Hernandez, with the help of Josh Nepomuceno, to please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Please stand and put the right hand over your heart. Ready? Begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, will you please call the roll?
Ms. Lopez,
Present.
Ms. Sarmiento, present. Ms. Castañeda,
Present.
Ms. Ábalos, present.
Present. In closed session, the board voted to approve Dr. Laura Filial as the Assistant Superintendent of Educational Services. Dr. Filial currently serves as the Deputy Superintendent of Educational Services in the Escondido Union School District. With many accolades in serving instructional outcomes, Dr. Filial will no doubt be an asset to our district. Welcome, Dr. Filial.
Buenas tardes. Thank you so much. I just wanted to, again, say how much I appreciate the opportunity. I am honored to have this chance to really do what I can in the service of the students and families of the National City community. So again, I'm very grateful and look forward to working with all of you. Thank you.
All right, we will get started. We have item 5. 5A is a presentation by Las Palmas School students with Principal Berenice Ward.
Good evening, Governing Board and Executive Cabinet. I am Berenice Walker, the proud principal at Las Palmas Elementary School. And I am here with our 5th and 6th grade students who are going to be presenting on their involvement in our student council and how it has helped them develop their leadership skills to shine and illuminate their potential to positively impact their campus and the world around them. So before I pass it on, let me get this slideshow up. Okay, I'm going to pass it along to our students.
Good evening. I'm Diego, Treasurer of Las Palmas Student Council. I'm here with Tomas, Josh, and Nina, who are also members of the council, and we are going to tell you how it has helped us grow and shine. You must be wondering, what is Student Council? It is a leadership group made up of students who want to make a positive difference at our school. All students are volunteers and attend meetings outside of our normal class time. There are 2 ways our leaders can be involved. First, as a classroom representative, 2 students will be chosen for each 5th and 6th grade class to share ideas and speak up for their classmates. Second, you could run for a student council officer position. These roles are president, open only to 6th graders, vice president, secretary, and treasurer. To run for these positions, you need to campaign, give a speech, and then students in 4th through 6th grade will vote. Here is a picture of some of the campaign posters and the students who ran for the officer positions.
Hi, I'm Tomas, a 5th grade class representative. We want to share why we choose to be part of Student Council. We want to help other students and support our school community. It's important to us that everyone feel included and heard. We also want to learn how to be leaders and role models. Being in Student Council help us practice speaking up, work as a team, and setting a good example, especially with following the good guidelines of being responsible, respectful, safe, and kind. Another reason is that we want to plan fun and meaningful events, especially events that bring our school together and make it more exciting. And finally, we want to represent our classmates and their ideas. Our student voice matters, and we're here to listen and share our classmates' thoughts with the school.
Hi, I'm Josh, a 5th grade class representative. Being on Student Council has taught us so much more than we expected. We've learned responsibility. We have to keep up with our grades, homework, and all our commitments. We've learned teamwork. We work with other students and staff to plan projects and solve our problems together. We've also gotten better at time management, balancing meetings, schoolwork, and planning events. And maybe the biggest change, we've built confidence. Speaking at assemblies and leading activities has helped us grow as leaders. We are proud of what we've learned and we're excited to keep making a difference.
Good evening. I'm Nina, a sixth grade classroom representative. Here's how we help Las Palmas shine as part of Student Council. We plan spirit weeks and campus-wide events that bring students together and make school more fun. We also promote positive behavior by encouraging kindness, respect, and responsibility. Another way we shine is by supporting younger students and setting a good example for them. And this year, we even created a yearbook to help everyone remember the amazing moments we've shared. I'm looking forward to practicing these skills in the future as I go into middle school, high school, college, and beyond. This year, we celebrated Unity Day on October 16, a special day where our whole school came together and take a stand against bullying and to promote kindness, acceptance, and inclusion. To recognize this important day, the Student Council created activities for the entire school. We asked everyone to wear orange, the official color of Unity Day, to show that we are united and ready to stand up against bullying. Each student in TK to 6th grade received a paper person cutout, and we invited them to answer the question, what does kindness mean to you, and how can you show kindness at school? After that, all of the paper people were stapled together to form one long unity chain to show that we were all connected. We all gathered in the lower field to make a big circle to represent our unity. Thank you to everyone who participated and helped make Las Palmas shine.
To celebrate the end of Red Ribbon Week, our school held a fun and memorable costume parade. Las Palmas had a spirit week with a different theme each day to get everyone excited and involved in promoting healthy, drug-free lifestyles. At the end of the week, we invited all parents to join us on the blacktop for the parade. The classes sat in a big circle and the parents watched from the outside. One by one, each class was introduced and they got to walk around the circle, showing off their creative costumes. You can see our staff, students, and parents in the picture here. Everyone cheered, waved, and clapped. It was such a fun and positive way to bring our school community together. The parade was another great way to show that we are united, and that at Las Palmas, we're proud to say, "Boo to drugs!"
In January, we celebrated the Great Kindness Challenge, and the Student Council organized a Spirit Week to help our school focus on spreading kindness all around campus. During the week, we also held recess activities like creating a kindness chain and a school-wide kindness poster. Students wrote kind messages on paper links to add to the chain, which is now proudly hanging in our front office for everyone to see. Another fun activity was our kindness door decorating contest. Each class decorated their doors to show what kindness means to them. Student council members were the judges, and we selected 3 winning classes: 1st grade, 3rd grade, and 6th grade. The winners got a special prize, a dance party, and a free dress day. It was so much fun and brought a lot of joy to our school. We could see a few of the amazing kindness stories right here. Thanks to everyone who participated and helped Las Palmas shine with kindness.
This year, Student Council worked hard to keep our school informed and connected. One of the ways we did was to our monthly assemblies. We made important announcements, shared reminders, and even include inspirational quotes over the loudspeakers. Throughout the year, we took turns speaking so that many of us had the chance to build confidence and improve our public speaking skills. Another big project we worked on was the school yearbook. Here's a picture of us while we work on it. We help create page layouts and brainstorm ideas, and we also help organize the yearbook sales. It took a lot of planning and time management. We have to balance our schoolwork while meeting deadlines. We're proud to help our school remember all the fun, learning, and special moments. The yearbook is something everyone can look back and for years to come. Thank you too for your time and listening to our presentation.
Hello, everybody. I'd just like to say welcome and thank you, and you guys stand out above everyone else in your school, and as such, you are leaders and people look up to you. Have you noticed that? Even the younger grade students, they do, because you're what they aspire to be when they're older. So congratulations for representing. I have some certificates for you, and I have a book for each of you. And let's start with Josh Nepomuceno. Did I say that wrong? Tomás Herrera Moreno. Hernandez. Diego González Arvizu. Teachers, come on.
And students, one of the authors in that book grew up in National City, Matthew LaPena.
All right, any comments or questions from the board? Don't go anywhere, guys.
I have a question. What was your favorite day from this year?
I think it was the last day where we all dressed up.
Well, and another question I have. So Nina, you said you're sixth grade. Diego, what grade were you in? Fifth. So the rest of you are in fifth. So, do you have Mr. Petty? I've been trying to fix him for a long time. He's awesome. He had my youngest, so like, got to hang out. Tell him what all said. See, fifth grade. I remember, or I think it's a little bit. Oh my goodness, yeah. Well, thank you very much for coming, everybody. We appreciate your time. We know that it's a special thing for you to take this kind of time on a school night in the middle of the week. So thank you very much for coming. Item 5B is to recognize Margarita Lete as a National School District Shine Volunteer. Again, Principal Walker.
Good evening again. Can Maggie, can you join me, please? Everyone always looks so happy walking up here. Good evening, school board and executive cabinet. I am here, I'm very pleased to recognize Margarita Lepe, who is a parent extraordinaire as a National School District Shine volunteer for the month of May. She is an amazing person that I am so excited to be able to recognize with this. There is a quote that made me think of Maggie. The heart of a volunteer is never measured in size, but by the depth of the commitment to make a difference in the lives of others. And if you know Maggie, you know that she is a quiet person, but she is one of the most giving and creative people that you are ever going to meet. She's always willing to go the extra mile, and especially if it means to making a difference in the Las Palmas community. And I'll give you a couple of examples of what this means. Earlier this year, Maggie was on the first day of school. She made sure she made these beautiful balloon arches with these posters and signs, and she made the first day of school so special for our staff and our students, and just made sure that we started off the school year really welcoming everybody. And then she brought treats and goodies such as glow sticks and snacks for any of our students who earned a Gator Pride Dance Party reward each month. She also helped bring smiles to our students' faces with our programs in the fall. And she is looking forward to celebrating our TK, Kinder, and sixth graders in June with decorations. So as you can see, she is very busy. And she was going to be recognized for this even before she did this. So it wasn't because of this, but to perfectly describe how giving Maggie is, let me describe to you what she did for the Las Palmas staff during Staff Appreciation Week. So I received this message on the Sunday before Staff Appreciation Week, and I had no idea she had planned any of this. So knowing that we weren't able to complete our usual daily goodies and celebrations throughout the week, Maggie took it upon herself to email hundreds of local businesses to solicit donations completely unbeknownst to me. And she put together a gift bag, a treat, and a token for each of our staff members, almost 70 of us, for every day of the week. Yes. And in addition to all of that, she also reached out to some restaurants and had a donated lunch from Olive Garden, coffee from the Better Buzz Coffee. She got drinks from Raising Cane's. I mean, she is amazing. But there's more. So she also decorated the cafeteria with beautiful tablecloth centerpieces, and it truly looked like an elegant luncheon. She made such a positive impact on the staff, and the students were also able to see what she did for us and show what kindness actually looks like in action. So at Las Palmas, we believe it is our year to shine, as it is in the National School District, and Maggie truly embodies what that means to be a Shine volunteer. Through her actions, she does illuminate the potential in others and inspires our staff, students, and families to see the power that you hold to truly impact the world around you. So Maggie's quiet generosity and efforts are truly a reflection of our school community. And I want to take a moment to remind us that one person's light can create that lasting ripple effect of kindness and connection. So Maggie, thank you so much for everything you have done. You've truly made an impact in our school.
My goodness, I am so proud of this young lady to be able to do all that she has done. Every parent that helps and does everything, and they all go far and beyond of what they really have to do. I had the pleasure of meeting her already. We were as our superintendent, Mrs. Brady, went to visit Las Palmas School, and we saw everything that you had done. We were told about it. Parents are grateful for you. We are too. And it's an honor to give you this Volunteer of the Month award. Keep up the good work. You are wonderful. And I am so proud of all that you have done for our schools, the students, and the parents. All of you parents are great when you volunteer. So that's wonderful. Thank you so much. Here you go. Family? Any family members?
I have my daughter.
Huh?
Okay.
Right over there in the middle.
The budget document.
Yeah, I'll hold it. Come on. Come on. You can come in. Yeah. Here, next one.
Oh, there you go.
I just want to thank Ms. Walker. It's been the first year that I've been mostly involved with school. I used to work, and right now I have time because I'm not working right now. My husband works, that's why he's not here. But I wanted to get involved more with the kids. It's really nice. I know a lot of parents work and don't have time, but it's very nice to go to school and like all these kids are like, "Hi, Maggie. Oh, my daughter's name is Sophia that goes to Las Palmas. You're Sophia's mom," and everyone like goes up to me and says hi to me, and it's very nice and it makes me feel good to volunteer and help. And hopefully more parents have time to to go and volunteer. I know Ms. Walker always loves volunteers. So I just want to say thank you, and thank you to Ruth who supported me. She's been amazing, and she's helped me through everything and guided me through everything, and that's the reason why, I came out here and volunteered because of her. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you both for your volunteerism. It definitely a lot to do with it. Item 5C is to recognize Guadalupe Sandoval, classroom teacher of Palmer Way School, as the National School District Employee of the Month, 2025. Dr. Ricky, get the word.
If I can have
Good evening, board, president, trustees, and executive cabinet. I have the great honor to introduce Lupe Sandoval, my exceptional fourth grade teacher. I have very many at Palmer Way Elementary. Ms. Sandoval really exemplifies that true national city gal. That true, and you guys all know that. What I mean, when you are here from National City and you work here in National City, everything that Lupe does is exceptional. From her beautiful classroom, it's decorated to the T. Thank you to Ms. Z for putting that all together. And she keeps it so organized. And you can see that beautiful classroom. Not only is everything standard-based, but her kids know exactly where they're functioning. Her standards are posted, and what I love is that she really exemplifies that shine. So our shine buttons, Dr. Brady, are posted all over her walls. And our NSD learner profile, you can see pieces of it in every part of her work that she puts up on her walls. It is truly, truly magnificent to see. So come, I invite you all to come and see her classroom. It's amazing. She really has set those standards very high for our students, and she sets clear expectations so her kids know exactly where they're at and where they need to be. And they chart, these are my goals, this is where I want to end up. And I see how they're making that growth every single day. And so I congratulate her with that every single day. Her communication with her families goes above and beyond. She takes that time to really let her families know where her kids are functioning and takes that extra time to send those photos. His families all love photos of their kids. And she takes the time to even send me some photos of some of the activities that they're doing. And I love to showcase those in our newsletter every week. So keep on sending those photos, Ms. Sandoval. Congratulations to Lupe Sandoval. This well-deserved recognition for our NSD Employee of the Month. Thank you. Thank you. Something that's it's in the last step. Great addition. Thank you.
Well, I would like to also congratulate you on behalf of the governing board and executive cabinet on your excellence to our National School District. I can't continue additional after that, but I would like to just say thank you for everything you do for our students and our community. So, continue doing what you're doing. There's nothing more I can say besides thank you so much. Our students are super blessed to have you as a teacher. So I'm gonna have to go visit your class because I hear there's a lot of good things happening in your class. So thank you so much again and congratulations. Mine's already dead, so I'm gonna have to take pointers if it's gonna survive. So with that, I'm gonna give you this pen as well. And I wish I had extra hands. So that way you can take all your notes and so anything that she wants you to add to your list of things to send her. You got it down, okay? So
Thank you very much.
If before you do that, if you have anything to
Just a few
say,
words, yes.
Okay, thank you. I'll leave this here and then after you're done, you can look for a photo.
Okay.
And introduce any family and so on and take pictures with all of your Palmer Way family as well to add to.
Yeah. Family that's from here, from National
Family
City.
here.
Everywhere.
Yes.
So it's an honor to be a part of the NSD family. My heart is filled with gratitude. I'm so grateful to get to do what I love to do every day. I love to work at Palmer Way. I feel like it's a true blessing that I work with amazing students and parents and staff, and we just have a wonderful place. So I'm really grateful for that. So thank you for the recognition, Dr. Segura. I appreciate you very much.
Oh yes, my mom and my parents and thank you.
Palmer Way family. Oh, my mom's getting She's gonna be here last. My God. She's like, hopefully the next time you bring your mom. Sorry.
Come on, get her.
Sorry. Look, I'm nuts. You can put your flowers right here. Oh, thank you. One, two. I know. All right, 5B is to introduce and welcome the new employees.
I have the pleasure of introducing our new employees. Today we have two that were able to be present. What I'll do is I'll call your name. If you can come up, we'll take a photo. I'll read a little bit about you. And then at the end, I will talk about the employees who were not able to make it tonight. Our first new employee is Ophelia Doyer, transportation student attendant. Ms. Doyer has over 5 years of experience as an administrative assistant for various companies. She holds an associate's degree in accounting and administration duties from Mexico. Welcome, Ophelia. Our next new employee is Martha Ramos, office technician. Oh, there she is. She's in the back. In human resources in our department. Come on up. Ms. Ramos has over 5 years of experience as a customer assistant enrollment payroll specialist with the County of San Diego. And for the last 2 years, she has also served as a substitute clerical administrative assistant for the National School District. So welcome, Martha. Hey, thank you. Welcome. We have two more employees who were not able to make it tonight. Andrea Diaz, instructional assistant healthcare at Olivewood School. Ms. Andrea Diaz has 3 years of experience in marketing. She earned a bachelor's degree in fashion marketing and management from the Art Institute and a master's in international relations from the University of San Diego. So welcome, Andrea. And our last new employee is Arturo Sepulveda, night custodian at Lincoln Acres School. Mr. Sepulveda has over 3 years of experience as a reconditioning manager in the automotive industry. He is currently working as a substitute custodian for the National School District. Welcome, Arturo. And welcome to all of our new employees.
Well, thank you to all of you for being here, and thank you for coming to celebrate with us. You are more than welcome to stay. In fact, we have a public hearing coming soon, and we need wisdom. So if you have the time, please stay with us. Some of you may have homework. And so if there are those of you who need to leave at this time, feel free to go ahead, and we will remain and continue with the business of this meeting. You want to do
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. One more, Sarah, one more. One more.
All right. I'm going to go ahead. Item 6 is public communications. Public communication provides the public with an opportunity to address the board regarding an item on the agenda or other topic. Anyone wishing to address the board shall submit a request for oral communications card. Cards are available near the entrance to the boardroom and are to be submitted to the recording secretary. A member of the public who wishes to address the board on any such matter is limited to 3 minutes for one matter, up to a maximum of 5 minutes for all closed and open session matters. There shall be a limit of 20 minutes for any matter unless such time limit is waived by a majority vote of the board. Members of the public may not yield any time to other speakers. No board action can be taken. We have one community member who is asked to speak, Ms. Berta Lopez.
Where's the clock? First of all, my name is Berta Lopez. I want to welcome the new assistant superintendent for curriculum. You're gonna love the district. I worked here for 40 years and I've been retired for 9 years and I'm still coming back. Congratulations to Guadalupe Sandoval, the teacher of the year, employee of the month, and also Margarita Lepe for the volunteer. And we cannot forget the kids. They had a beautiful presentation. During recent board actions, I was deeply concerned to see that board member Lopez and Sarmiento voted against providing the cost of living adjustment for the confidential and supervisory employees. And Lopez voted against non-contracted management personnel adjustments that were granted to other groups. These increases are not just financial. They are a matter of respect and recognition for the hard work and dedication of the staff. And you mustn't forget, Ms. Sarmiento and Ms. Lopez, that many of these people live in National City. So they are your constituents if they vote in the city. Additional, Ms. Lopez, you chose to abstain from voting on a resolution to declare April as Public Schools Month. As an elected public official serving an educational district, it is your duty to fully represent and support the entire school community. Recognizing and celebrating public education is a fundamental responsibility, something to remain neutral on. As far as I know, this is still a public school district. Moreover, I was told by board member Avalos 2 weeks ago that members of the public who do not live in this community are not welcome to speak at board meetings. Let me be clear, Ms. Avalos, this kind of exclusionary attitude is unacceptable and borders on censorship. Public comment is the cornerstone of open governance, and individuals, regardless where they live, have the right to address matters of public concerns, especially when these issues impact student staff or broader educational values. As public officials, you are entrusted to lead with transparency, fairness, and inclusivity. The actions and statements described above fall short of those expectations. I'm going to be coming back. I've worked here for 40 years, and this is a community. This was my second home. This is where I spent many evenings until 7 o'clock or 8 o'clock. It was the principal and myself who left. It was only the custodian that actually stayed. So I will be back, regardless whether some people do not like it. I am an advocate for the community, and I will be an advocate for all my colleagues that are here today. Thank you for being here. They're my colleagues, they're teachers, that I work with them, and I'm very proud to have done that. Thank you so much, and thank you for being here tonight.
Thank you. Item 7 is the agenda. I was going to say we needed to do this with flexibility. I think we can possibly, unless there are major concerns, I think we can get the next 2 things done. So let's move ahead. We do have the public hearing coming. For those of you who have not been here for one of those, it must start promptly at 7. We also do have a few things to set up before that, so we need to allow the time. I have my alarm set for 6:55, just so you know, if things seem weird. We have to meet at that 7 o'clock time frame. 7A, to accept the agenda. Do I have a motion?
Second.
Questions? All right, I have a motion to accept by trustee Bettencourt Castaneda, a second by trustee Lopez. Please vote. Item 8 is to approve the consent agenda, routine items of business. All items listed under the consent agenda are considered routine and will be acted upon in one action by the board. It is understood that the superintendent has recommended approval for these items. There will be no discussion prior to the time the board votes on the motion unless members of the board, staff, or public request specific items to be discussed and/or removed from the consent agenda. All items approved by the board will be deemed considered in full and adopted as recommended. Do I have a motion? Any questions? I have a motion to approve by trustee Avalos and a second by trustee Bettencourt Castaneda. Please vote. And item 9 is general functions, and item 9A is our public hearing. Again, we must start it at 7. We need a few moments, correct?
That's correct.
All right. I'm going to call for a brief pause. Feel free to use the restrooms. Feel free to set up, and we will be starting promptly at 7 with our public hearing. Thank you. We will now convene a public hearing to receive public testimony concerning proposed trustee voting area plans associated with the district's transition to a by-trustee area election system. Under California Elections Code Section 10010, the board must hold at least 2 public hearings prior to holding a public hearing to adopt a final trustee voting area plan. Sir.
All right. Thank you, and thank you everyone for being here. My name is Brandon Lalonde, and I'm with Fagan, Friedman, and Polfrost. I'm joined tonight by Scott
Carlucci from MGT.
And he's working as the demographer who's kind of doing all the magic with the maps that we see around the district office here today. All right, so before we start talking about the maps that are on display, I think it's important to again touch on what the California Voting Rights Act is and what it says. So this is a comprehensive law that took effect in January of 2003 and has been progressively updated since then. And essentially this law, one of the cornerstones is that it prohibits the use of an at-large election system where that election system affects the ability of a protected class to influence the outcome of an election. We've seen through a number of court cases that this is a really low bar, and prospective plaintiffs have succeeded in challenging districts that wish to retain an at-large election system, and the costs associated with that can be exorbitant. But a by-trustee area election system under the CVRA is the only safe harbor from a CVRA claim, meaning that once the district transitions to a by-trustee area election system, they're free from any challenge under the CVRA lawsuits. Under a by-trustee area election system, the district is divided into different distinct trustee areas, and a governing board member is elected from each of those trustee areas by the members of the public that live in those trustee areas. So the way that the district has it now is every board member is elected at large by the public at large. This will just be dividing it along those lines that you see here on each of the map scenarios. Keep in mind that with a total population of 56,520, each trustee area will be approximately, will have approximately 11,304 people. The difference, the allowable difference between the largest and smallest trustee areas is a 10%, and that's prescribed in the law. So that means 1,130 people between the largest and the smallest. It's also important to know, and I'm sure Scott will touch on this, that census blocks vary significantly. That's why the shapes are so different. We're not allowed to split those census blocks, and they really are the smallest unit that we can use in preparing each of the trustee areas. All right, for some reason that's not coming up correctly.
Please hold for technical
Yes,
difficulties.
Can we get this going back in presentation mode? Oh, I see it. All right, I'll turn it over to you. This is the district-wide population.
Yeah, this is the district-wide population. You can see the different colored blocks is the density of the population. So those are the census blocks. What it's showing is of that 56,520, there's 66.64% are Hispanic, 7.94% are white, 18.77% are Asian, 3.41% is Black or African American, 5.51% is Native Hawaiian Pacific Islander, and American Indian Native Alaskan is 20.22%. Other is 0.29%, and 2 or more races as prescribed by the census is 2.23%.
And now this takes us to the district-wide CVAP, which is the Citizen Voting Age Population Estimates.
Right. This is the estimate number of voting age population. And once again, each of those colored areas are the census blocks. And with Hispanic Latino, they still make up the majority at 56.51. White is 16.58. Asian is 17.37. Black African American is 6.51. Native Hawaiian Pacific Islanders 0.86. American Indian Native Alaskan is 0.35, and 2 or more races is 1.81.
If we go to the next slide, we'll see so this right here is the heat map of the Hispanic population and their population density. And this slide that has a working title is the Asian CVAP. So this is an estimate based on where the Asian population lives, which is sort of the northeastern side of the district, predominantly.
Right. And the reason this map was done was also because to double check, because one of the requirements is to see if a Asian area can be created, or a area of different races could be created. And at this point, we determined that that was not possible to have a majority Asian.
Right, so the current step in the process, for those of you that have joined us for the last 3 public hearings, we had 2 that were the pre-map public hearings, and that's where we solicited feedback from members of the public about what they would like to see in the maps that are here today. Last time we had a public hearing about the actual maps themselves, and we had the 3 options that are on that side of the room. We had the grape scenario, the lemon scenario, and the cherry scenario. We did have some feedback saying that we wanted to see maybe different options that focused on Highland Ave as a natural barrier. So we came up with the watermelon scenario and the mango scenario, which take a different look from the previous 3 that were divided more along 16th and 18th Street. So the demographer, of course, has used the allowable census data, also has taken a look at the CVAP data. And something that we're going to talk about a lot today is that each of the areas need to be as equal as practicable. And that's based on population, not necessarily the size. So you'll see in some of the maps, for example, the lemon scenario, that yellow area looks like it's much bigger than the rest. But another feedback that we got at the last maps was to include population numbers on those maps. So as we go through, you'll see that the population is really what we need to focus on, and the populations are within that allowable 10% maximum variance. Criteria for consideration that we looked at was compliance with the US Constitution, compliance with the California Constitution, also, again, looking at population balance, and complying with the Federal Voting Rights Act. And as Scott said, one of the things that we had to look at was whether or not it was possible to create majority-minority districts. So areas that have a majority of a protected class. And that was definitely possible with the Hispanic Latino population, given that they are a majority of the district's population. But it wasn't possible with the Asian population just based on where they lived and the total numbers. Other things to consider, that all of the trustee areas have to be contiguous. We should look at local communities and communities of interest and local neighborhoods, city and census designated places. We were asked to look at where each of the school sites are, so we have included that on the maps as well. Natural/artificial boundaries, and looking if it's possible to make them geographically compact. And as you'll see, some are more compact than others, but again, the population is what we need to focus on the most. Also looking at other local considerations. If anyone has any comments about things that they want to see, we still have a little bit of time before we finish this process to create a new map scenario if that's something that somebody wants to do. We may not adopt boundaries for the purposes of favoring or discriminating against any member of the board, any incumbent or political candidate or political party. So that's codified in the law, and that's not allowable in this process. All right, so the map options that we see around us and that we'll see on the presentation, each map was randomly assigned a name, the grape scenario, lemon scenario, etc. The name of the map has nothing to do with the colors or the population. It was just randomly assigned. Each map has 5 balanced trustee areas, and on each map, we have a red, green, blue, yellow, and purple that correspond with trustee area A, B, C, D, and E. All right, and I'll turn it over to Scott.
All right, so first off, I may look like I'm about to pass out. It's okay, I won't. It's just I have my own climate, and I get really warm easily. So, everything's good over here. So, with trustee or with grape scenario A, we started out looking at east and west of the 5. Trying to maybe do that as a geographical boundary. That was not possible because of the way the population is. So we did do a north-south, breaking it into 5 distinct areas that are compact, that meet all the criteria of the the citizen, or not the citizen, the total population is not necessarily citizen population, it's total population of each of those areas. So it works from a deviation standpoint, and it works from a geographical standpoint.
And if you look around, you can see that this one, the size of each of the districts are also relatively similar.
Yes.
So it looks clean to the eye as well.
So with this one, we're looking at that 11,300 is the what we're trying to get for each one. Sorry, and we got from trustee area A 11,651, trustee area B 11,177, trustee C 11,313, trustee D 10,869, and trustee E 11,510.
And this just essentially goes through all of the different breakdowns that we talked about. This is based on population totals for each of the trustee areas.
The next is the CVAP, or the total citizen voting age population, estimated from 2015-2019. Some of the differences, or some of the things to point out here, is that in trustee area B, C, and D, the Hispanic Latino population is higher by percentage than in their overall district, the overall area, and the Asian is higher in A and C than the overall distribution of the district.
And the reason that we look at this is we feel that this is the best way to measure whether or not the voting power of these protected classes are actually increased the way that the CVRA requires. So with those three areas in gray, we have an increase in essentially the Hispanic Latino voting power, and two areas that is true for the Asian population.
Next scenario was Cherry scenario, and this was trying to use more of a north-south looking. You're splitting the district, the top three of them in the northern portion of the district, two of them in the southern portion of the district. This has got a variance of 5.39. Again, all of them work, they're geographically packed. They meet with the criteria of the variance, and they look fairly well also.
And there'll be a slide at the very end of the presentation that shows all of the maps next to each other, so you can see kind of how the different trustee areas look on each map. I know we have them around here, but it's kind of hard to tell looking from side to side, so I do have that included at the end as well.
With this map, trustee area A was 11.167, B was 11.530, C was 11,644, D was 11,035, and E was 11,144. In this scenario also, the same three, B, C, and D, had a higher Hispanic Latino population on the CVAP than the district overall. And also A and C had a higher Asian population than the district overall. Lemon scenario was kind of a compilation of both grape and the cherry. It was just trying to see if we can get a little bit closer on some things and change it up. No real specific reasons why we went to lemon here, but it was just a third option to give the board some options and just like a different look at it.
You can see that the max variance is 7.39, so that's again within the allowable 10%.
So with lemon scenario, we have trustee area A is 11,099, trustee area B 11,850, trustee area C 11,015, trustee D 11,346, and trustee E 11,210.
Again, just like the rest of the maps that we've looked at, the Hispanic Latino overall population in each one of these trustee areas is about 50%.
So we have a little bit of variance in the CVAP data. In trustee A and trustee C, the Asian population is higher than the overall Asian population because it is concentrated in that northeastern portion of the district. In trustee B and trustee E, There is Hispanic that's higher than the overall population. And I should mention that the trustee E also has Asian higher than the overall population.
Right.
But everything is still within the accepted tolerances.
Right, so with grape and cherry, we had 3 Hispanic areas that were increased above the district-wide averages, whereas in this scenario, there are 3 Asian areas that are increased above the district-wide average.
Finally, we came back, got some input from the board, and so we did a few others, 2 others. On watermelon scenario, it was asked to use Highland as a boundary between as much of the scenarios as we could. We were able to get that boundary for most of the district except up in the northern portion where we had to move into the northeastern portion of it. And that's again where the most population density is. So we had to put there. But with this watermelon scenario, we have a variance of 1.88%. So that's a really good variance. And again, the still maybe is not quite as compact looking, but it's still, from Brandon's standpoint, still meet the criteria that we need to do. And so these are really close. Trustee A is 11,487. Trustee B is 11,148. Trustee C is 11,318. Trustee D is 11,275. And Trustee E is 11,292.
So if we look overall at the watermelon map, this one does a really good job of keeping the population balance as equal as possible. Of course, we have up to 10% variance, but this one is as precise as we have seen.
Right. And with the CBAP spread, the CBAP population in areas A and B and E, we see the Hispanic Latino population is over the district-wide average. And in B and C, we see that the Asian population is over the district-wide average. Finally, the mango scenario, and at this, I looked at it and I wanted to just take all preconceived notions away. Didn't care where it was split, didn't care what we were trying to do, other than getting it down to the lowest variance and keeping them as compact as possible. So we got this variance down to 1.42%, which is as pretty low as I've seen. In any of the districts we've done. They're still fairly compact, not quite as nice as grape scenario, which looked really nice, but they still meet all the criteria. They're all contiguous, they're compact as can possibly be. So again, they meet the criteria. In this one, we've got in trustee area A, 11,194, trustee area B, 11,213, trustee area C, 11,246, trustee area D, 11,355, and trustee area E, 11,512. And then the CBAP population for each, in trustee area B, C, and E, the Hispanic Latino is higher than average, and in trustee areas A and C, the Asian population is higher than the overall district average.
Just jumping back to our first 2 scenarios. Right here, we also have on the map, or on the screen here, the proposed election sequencing with trustee areas A and E in 2028 and B, C, D in 2026. For the cherry scenario, this is C and E in 2028 and A, B, and D in 2026. With the lemon scenario, we have a definitive area E in 2028, and then the rest of the A, B, C, and D will either be 2028 or 2026, understanding that 3 will be open in 2026 and 2 will be open in 2028. Watermelon scenario, proposed election sequencing, trustee areas A and D in 2028, B, C, and E in 2026. And that takes us to the last scenario, which also has a little bit more flexibility. Trustee area D in 2028, and the rest either 2026 or 2028. Of course, understanding that 3 will be open in 2026 and 2 will be open in 2028. As promised, we have on the screen now a different look so that you can see them all together and how they look different. As we talked about, grape scenario was more of the north-south. Cherry is more of an east-west. Lemon scenario was a combination of grape and cherry. Watermelon was based on that highland guidance, and then mango scenario was really just focusing on geographical compactness. Final thoughts. For those of you that haven't been here, I know one of the questions that we get sometimes is how does this change the overall district boundaries or school attendance zones? It doesn't do either of those things. This is just how district trustees will be elected and by whom. This does not change how the district is governed. So it's not that each one of the trustees, and we've talked about this a number of times, are now going to represent only their trustee area from which they're elected. It's still one common district with common goals. Again, this is just about the election process. Schedule, we did the March 19th and April 9th pre-map public hearings. Now we have taken care of the April 23rd and May 14th map public hearings. We have one final public hearing on May 28th, which will be followed by the map adoption process on that same day. So I've also included a screenshot of the district's website on how to get to the interactive online map that Scott has prepared. You go to the district's homepage, then to board, then to trustee area election, and then interactive online map. And with the interactive map, you can type in your address to see which trustee area you live in based on the scenarios, and there are different overlays. So you can say, what does it look like with check the mark for cherry scenario? You'll see where your address is on that. You unclick that, click grape scenario, it'll stay focused on where you are, but change the different trustee areas. There's also school attendance zones, school site locations. There's a lot of information.
And the census block outlines.
Yes, census block outlines as well, so you can see why things are shaped the way that they are. And this is what that interactive map looks like. All right.
Okay, trustee Sarmiento.
Yeah, I remember you saying that we were able to plug in our addresses to bring up that information. And when I went home, I tried it, it didn't work. Does it work now?
So what I've seen is that if you just type in like the initial number, sometimes it will come up, it'll go to like Texas or a different address.
Right, I did a whole address.
The way that I have done it, at least, it's worked, but perhaps I can assist you and take a look at what's working.
Yeah.
Sure.
Thank you.
Would it be weird if we give everybody just a few minutes?
We do that all the time.
Thank you. Do you all like a few minutes to actually get up and check things out? Because this is, yeah. Okay, let's do that. Is 5 minutes sufficient, or would you like more? 5 minutes, I'll start there. Okay.
I'll leave this up.
So long for 5 minutes.
As part of this public hearing, members of the public may submit comments on the establishment of voting area boundaries for the new trustee voting areas that will be established as part of the district's transition from an at-large election system to a by-trustee area election system. Speakers will be given 3 minutes to make comments on this matter and this matter only. Have we received any cards for speakers? No. We have none. Okay. Thank you. So, any other thoughts from the board at this time? For those of you here, please feel free to engage with the maps online as well. You're welcome to stay after the board meeting to check the large versions out. And as has been brought up, there is a link on the website that should you want to make suggestions or should you have questions that will actually be brought back to our demographer council so that all of that can be thought through, can be processed and hopefully incorporated in wise ways. Can you please give us a quick update before we close this out on what our next steps are as far as meeting and all of that so that everyone is aware?
Sure. So the law requires that any new maps be posted 7 days in advance of the next meeting. So if we take a look at the screen here, May 28th is that last public hearing and also the map adoption. So we would need information in advance of May 21st so that Scott can have some time to prepare an additional map if that's something that we want to do. If not, then we'll go forward with the 5 map options, have an additional public hearing where we can hear any additional input, and then that would transition into the discussion and decision by the board.
Okay, and for clarification, so if that meeting is May 28th for everyone to see, just to make sure, are we voting in that meeting or in the subsequent meeting?
That meeting, in the May 28th meeting.
Yeah, I feel like we want to make sure that that's really clear.
Yes.
So, all right, any other questions? All right, thank you all for being present and for looking at this with us. Thank you for sharing the information and your work with us. The public hearing to receive public testimony concerning proposed trustee voting area plans is now closed. Item 9B, presentation on the 2025 California Green Ribbon School District Gold Level Recognition, Dr. Bray. That's right.
All right, good evening, President Gates and trustees. It is an honor to be here tonight to present to you a very special recognition for the National School District. Tonight, we'd like to present the 2025 California Green Ribbon Schools Gold Level Recognition awarded to the National School District. We are proud to share that we are the only school district in San Diego County to be recognized this year as an exceptional distinction that places us among the top districts in California for environmental leadership and sustainability. The gold level recognition is a testament to our district's deep commitment to conserving resources, promoting health and wellness, and advancing environmental literacy for all students. Among the thousands of school districts in California, only 7 were recognized this year. And National School District was one of only 4 to receive the gold level recognition or higher. This recognition reflects years of hard work across departments and school sites. I would like to extend a heartfelt thank you to David Castillo, our Director of Maintenance and Operations, Lynette Castañeda, Director of Educational Services, and Jennifer Sandoval, our Purchasing Supervisor. Their leadership was instrumental in this achievement, and they also represented our district at the official award ceremony and accepted the honor on our behalf. And you can see that photo up there. They're there with Tony Thurman, who is our State Superintendent of Education. I'd like to now invite them forward and to invite the board down in front of the dais so that they can present this award to you. And we can take a commemorative photo. Thank you, board, for your leadership in helping us to be a sustainable school district and helping to teach our students to be world citizens and protect their future planet. And we'll go ahead and take a photo of the board with the recognition. You can look right there at Mrs. Gomez. Right, and if the board would just stay there for just one more minute. We also want to recognize our schools tonight. There's a lot of dedicated folks that are doing all the work behind the scenes, teaching our students, making sure we're recycling, following all of the new purchasing guidelines, and so on. And so tonight we'd like to invite our principals that are here tonight, our MTSS coordinators, and any staff here in the audience to come up, stand with your school to receive your gold level recognition banner that will be hanging at your school so we can take a commemorative photo. So we invite everybody here to join your principal and MTSS coordinator up in the front.
Ladies, it would be nice not to be up here alone. Ladies, it would be nice not to be up here alone. Sandra, Yvonne, Megan, Anna, you know you want to be up here.
In the back.
Give you a little extra room right here. Thank you, ladies. I agree, I owe you. Do I serve a sort $25. Hey, Sandra, I'll put it out.
On camera. Oh.
Appreciate
Thank you, everyone. We know that that's not easy. It's not just a matter of like adding a trash can or two, especially not the way that you all have been doing that at schools. We've been doing a lot more with that, and I mean, I still remember not too long ago the discussion of feeding our worms, as in like taking care of our worms like they were pets. And I had to work through my brain on that one, but that composting and stuff that you're teaching the kids, like all of that is part of this, so thank you. Item 9C is to amend employment agreement with Ryan Burke, a PhD, Assistant Superintendent of Business Services. Move to approve. I second the motion. All right. The Brown Act requires the board, prior to taking financial action on an employment agreement, to orally report a summary of a recommendation for the salaries, salary schedules, or compensation paid in the form of fringe benefits for local agency executives. The Assistant Superintendent of Business Services is a local agency executive, and a proposed contract amendment is before us this evening. The proposed contract amendment is to increase annual salary by 0.75% effective July 1st, 2024, in line with what the board recently approved for non-contracted management. There are no other changes. Do I have any questions? Trustee Lopez.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to clarify, is this total cost increase, is that per month increase or on top of the salary?
It's the annual increase.
Any other questions? All right, I have a motion to amend by trustee Sarmiento and a second by trustee Avalos. Please vote.
Item passes 4 yes, 1 no.
Item 9D is to amend employment agreement with Maritza Keppen, PhD, Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources. Do I have a motion?
I second.
The Brown Act requires the board, prior to taking final action on an employment agreement, to orally report a summary of a recommendation for the salaries, salary schedules, or compensation paid in the form of fringe benefits for local agency executives. The Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources is a local agency executive, and a proposed contract amendment is before us this evening. The proposed contract amendment is to increase annual salary by 0.75% effective July 1, 2024, in line with what the board recently approved for non-contracted management. There are no other changes. Do you have any questions? All right, I have a motion to approve or to amend by trustee Bettencourt Castaneda and a second by trustee Avalos. Please vote.
Item passes 4 yes, 1 no.
Item 9E, to amend employment agreement with Leangela Brady, EDD, Superintendent.
I'll second.
The Brown Act requires the board, prior to taking final action on an employment agreement, to orally report a summary of a recommendation for the salaries, salary schedules, or compensation paid in the form of fringe benefits for local agency executives. The superintendent is a local agency executive, and a proposed contract amendment is before us this evening. The proposed contract amendment is to increase annual salary by 0.75% effective July 1, 2024, in line with what the board recently approved for non-contracted management. There are no other changes. Do I have any questions? I have a motion to amend by trustee Betancourt Castaneda and a second by trustee Avalos. Please vote.
Item passes 4 yes, 1 no.
Item 9F is to adjust monthly stipend for governing board members. Do I have a motion?
I make a motion.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Dr. Burke?
Governing board members are capped at a 5% adjustment per year, so this represents that cap.
I have a question. Dr. Brady?
I just wanted to clarify the last bullet. The cost of the 5% is not $321, it's $15.32. The 321 would be the total cost after the 5% adjustment is made. So the total cost is $15.32 per board member per year.
Are there any questions?
Per month.
All right. I have a motion to adjust by trustee Avalos and a second by trustee Sarmiento. Please vote.
Item passes 3 yes, 2 no.
Item 10 is educational services. 10A, we have a presentation on the biliteracy task force. Dr. Brady?
Okay, well, we're back again with another presentation on a biliteracy task force. As the board probably recalls, there have been several biliteracy task forces over the years. We're going to hear a little bit about that from our two facilitators. We have our coordinator from educational services, Angelica Benitez, and joining her is our dual immersion principal, Francisco Lopez, and they're going to lead you through our most recent biliteracy task force and what we learned through this process. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Brady. Good evening, Governing Board and Executive Cabinet. Like Dr. Brady mentioned, I'm Angelica Benitez, and I'm Coordinator of Educational Services and a proud product of National School District. Dr. Lopez and I are excited to present an update on the work our biliteracy task force did this year. But before we begin, we would like to just briefly talk about a little bit of the history on the work of different biliteracy task force. The first one there, several biliteracy task force committees have been held in past years. Biliteracy task force was created 2018 and 19 school year prior to the pandemic to explore and support the development of biliteracy pathways in the district. Task force meetings continued in the 2019, 2020, and then 2020 and 2021. Current biliteracy task force members noted that similar committees existed before the 2018-2019 school year, signifying a long-standing district commitment to valuing multilingualism and advancing biliteracy opportunities for students. So why biliteracy education? The reason is because it is in alignment with NSD's mission to prepare all students to thrive in a competitive global society. We recognize our diverse learners' rich languages, cultures, and experiences as powerful assets. many arriving with strong home language foundations, critical thinking skills, and cultural knowledge that enrich our schools and accelerate learning. The guiding force for this year, 2024-2025 Biliteracy Task Force is to connect with the profile of an NSD learner and to explore and discuss possibilities of expanding biliteracy programs at National School District to honor student strengths, promote equity, equip students with the multilingual skills needed to succeed in a globally connected world. This was the timeline for our task force this year. Our journey began in November of 2024 and concluded this spring and March. We began our work in November with an equity lens, and we grounded our collaboration through the research behind biliteracy education. During the month of December, we had the opportunity to visit 2 dual language schools. Our task force visited classrooms, made observations, and we had the opportunity to debrief after our walkthroughs. This allowed for questions and discussions between our task force and their staff. During January, the task force had the opportunity to learn about the different language programs highlighted by the California Department of Education. The team was able to learn and select their top 3 most viable language programs for NSD. Also during our meeting, our team created stakeholder surveys for teachers and staff, as well as a survey for parents and guardians. During the month of February, the task force reviewed the responses of stakeholder surveys and collaborated to identify emerging themes and key findings. Our last meeting was March 12th, and the team worked together to develop a report with key findings and conclusions of our collaboration on biliteracy education. Here's a brief district overview of the students we serve. The National School District serves 4,047 students. A total of 2,661 students speak a language other than English in their homes. This number represents about 66% of the district's total enrollment. Currently, the National School District serves families with 28 different languages. This data highlights the linguistic diversity and richness of National School District. Like we mentioned in our timeline, the task force reviewed the different languages highlighted by the CDE, and the team identified programs that would be viable for our NSD community. The team selected dual language immersion program as their first choice. Half of the members also selected the second one that you see there, developmental bilingual. However, after making their selection, the team had a discussion emphasizing that number 2, developmental bilingual, was missing the cross-cultural understanding, which we felt this was a significant gap in addressing the profile of an NSD learner developing as a world citizen. There was also a conversation around the possibility of an after-school learning language program, which we all agreed that this could be a great opportunity for our NSD students. The following 3 slides demonstrate the Biliteracy Task Force demonstrates input from stakeholders and key findings. This first slide reflects the emerging themes of staff survey. The task force identified that the dual language immersion, 2-way immersion program was preferred by the majority of the respondents, with 71.4% of them. 89.6, close to 90% of responses said a key factor influencing their selection of a language program is academic achievement and language proficiency outcomes, while 81% said cultural and linguistic diversity support was a factor influencing their selection. Close to 88% of staff believe in incorporating diverse perspectives and materials into instruction would create a welcoming and culturally inclusive school environment. The emergent themes for the parent and guardian survey was that close to 92% of parents and guardians would like to see additional bilingual programs made available to NSD. The following are parents' responses on their beliefs on the benefits of NSD students being bilingual and biliterate. The first one there, job opportunities, academic performance in other subject areas in both languages. An example is subjects that align with the state seal of biliteracy, diversity and cultural awareness, geographic location that allows for more diversity that is beneficial to our students, social emotional benefits, cross-cultural understanding, and other languages besides Spanish. The emergent themes for the parent and guardian. When we asked if parents would enroll their child in a biliteracy program, 77% answered yes. When asked which type of program would they prefer, 63.3% selected dual immersion program. Now I have Dr. Lopez continue the slide.
Hello, ¿cómo estamos? Okay, cansados. This is a pleasure to be here. Buenas tardes, buenas noches, President Gates, board trustees, and executive cabinet. When I entered this conversation in support of the work that was done throughout this month and throughout the year, I want to assure to all of you that commitment was the guiding force of all the members in the group. So I want to acknowledge the teachers who are here that are also staying late, and if you please stand up, and I'll read your names as you are here, but I want to acknowledge them because a lot of the input that is here and the conversations that I'm about to share with the group and with the board was elicited from their own wonderings and their own work that happened throughout this year. Maestras, por favor, se pueden parar. Les pido un aplauso para ellas. So as we discussed, the Biliteracy Task Force suggests a call for action in aligning instruction with student strengths and expanding language programs that honor their linguistic assets. In our commitment, as I said in our work, our goal is to support the profile of the National School District learner. We strongly believe that bilingual education engages students, affirm identities, and bridges cultures in academics, preparing students with the skills needed to thrive as global citizens. The Biliteracy Task Force in this process engaged in comprehensive discussions addressing key components essential to implementing effective dual language programs. They evaluate the different conversations, they evaluated a strong versus school models. The task force emphasized streamlining the registration process and providing out clear pathways for staff certification and professional development. Recognizing their teachers' preparedness is crucial for program success. In our conversations, and multiple conversations that we had, the task force advocated for balanced instruction in both languages to ensure an equitable curriculum aligning with standards and cultural relevance. Assessments and data collections were highlighted to monitor student progress and inform interventions, acknowledging the potential increase in teacher workload to meet dual proficiency goals. So keeping this in mind, we want to make sure that as we are here discussing the different models that were discussed in our conversation, 90-10 model, 80-20, 50-50, were analyzed to identify the best fit for our district demographics. Engagement with parents was presented as an idea to train our parents in the understanding of why we want to proceed to move forward with what we are presenting today. Finally, strategies to boost student motivation, particularly in upper grades, were discussed to sustain the interest of achieving biliteracy. As we present our work and progress to the board, we acknowledge that our partnership with the labor organization has surfaced several important questions that require ongoing clarification to ensure a shared understanding. At this point in our update, we recognize the need to comprehensively address the potential impacts on students, staff, and schools, making it essential to maintain an open dialogue, to refine our approach, and ensure that all perspectives are thoughtfully considered. As the next steps, we're here and we are excited to say that this work is a work of value and a work of commitment. Every time I ask, so what is how can you explain a dual language program? How can you explain multilinguals in biliteracy? I'll say commitment. So our next steps is commitment from all the stakeholders. This concludes our presentation.
Trustee López. Thank you. Primero quiero decir muchas gracias por su trabajo, por su esfuerzo, por hacer todo esto posible para nuestras familias y nuestros estudiantes. Como colegas anteriores en otras escuelas, sabemos que esto es muy importante, que nuestros estudiantes se vean, se escuchen y que se sientan parte de esta comunidad. Entonces, muchas gracias por este inicio y gracias también a nuestros líderes por esto. Gracias.
So as a staff, we are requesting some guidance from the board. We definitely respect our labor partners, and we would, we understand that there's still some concerns about workload or how it might look outside of how it looks at Kimball. But it is the same model at Kimball. Since I've been here, we've had the task force 4 times, and every time we end the task force, we end with, there's still a lot of questions. And I think those questions can't be answered until we actually start the action. And so I would like to make a recommendation that we start with 1 class in 1 school in the fall, a kindergarten or a TK kindergarten or a TK and kindergarten class. And I believe that we've looked at several different schools, and we looked at where a lot of teachers have bilingual credentials. We have 50 teachers in our district that have BCLAD credentials, and there's a strong concentration of them at El Toyon School. They still have a set program, and they have the ability to grow a track program and probably the excitement for it as well. So we would like just a blessing from the board to move forward with the conversation with that staff to potentially start in the fall with 1 class. We are putting some money and some support in our LCAP that will come to you in June that will support the work, and maybe some release time for whichever teacher takes that class, that they can come over and do some collaboration with our Kimball partners, learn from the Kimball teachers, observe, come back, and grow that program with the staff at El Toyon. So again, we're making a recommendation. We know that there are some items that we'll have to work out with, the overall plan, but we'd like to take action and not just continue with momentum, since there is so much interest, and our SET program has been dying, and we need to have more biliteracy in national school.
Yes. Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Brady, for that clarification. I have a follow-up question, or maybe you can speak more to the kind of development or professional training the teacher would get. Will they get Adelante training in Benchmark, or is another adopted curriculum we'll be looking into when it comes to this model? And then will this be a 50-50 or one of the other curriculums?
So, and yes, and if our facilitators from the task force want to come up to the podium and speak to this as well, we are planning a 50-50 dual immersion recommendation with the exact same materials and the exact same scheduling that they get at Kimball. So the program would be no different than a program that we already have in our district. All the training would be the same as if any new teacher joined National School District and was assigned to Kimball to bring them up to speed. And again, we are putting allocations in our LCAP budget for biliteracy to grow our pathways. And so there'll be release time. We are not introducing new curriculum, but of course, if the teacher in the classroom finds a need, we are willing to talk about that. We want to make sure that people have what they need and the time to process and collaborate with the teachers that are already doing that work over at Kimball.
Would we consider Rancho and El Toyon, since there's 2 schools that are together, so they can have 2 teachers that could pair up and work together?
Well, we started with, I think, like 5 schools. We were super excited, but we also recognized we want this to stick and we want it to grow. And so if we can do it successful, we can grow to other schools.
Rancho, when we looked at all the schools, didn't have as many teachers with bilingual credentials, and they're real tight on space. So they don't have the space to grow the program, and they don't currently have a set program at their school. But we did strategically look at El Torreon and Rancho because parents that want that biliteracy program, if they're at Rancho, they can go over to El Torreon, and if they don't, they can go over to Rancho. And so between the two schools, we can really pull from a wide set of families. So that's great thinking.
I'm assuming that the idea would be that if we start with that first class, that what we will be doing is we will be adding the next class, adding, not switching. A very long time ago, I remember receiving a phone call saying, hey, your child is in the GATE program at this school, we'd like them to come here. I said, what grade will be taught? And they said, well, what grade is your child in? I said, 5th grade. And they said, okay, 5th grade. And I said, well, what happens next year? And they said, well, we'll switch it to 6th grade. And I said, wait a minute, that doesn't make sense. Switched the grade, not adding.
Oh, no, adding.
Okay.
So adding until we get a full track within that school. And if it's very successful, we can start new tracks in other schools as things get developed and interest grows. What we know is that we need late exit biliteracy programs. Our current set program exits students at 2nd grade, and we want them to stay in those bilingual tracks through 6th grade. And so we would not switch, we would add, and we will continue to grow our programs throughout the district. But again, we want to start small, make sure we have a proof of concept, work out any of those bugs, make sure the plan is comfortable with people, and then we will continue to grow. A dream would be to have biliteracy, bilingual, dual immersion at every single one of our schools. And I think we can do it in National School District.
And research, I always found it interesting that the research says pretty much backwards of what has happened in most schools, which is we have supported through to about 3rd grade and then gone.
Transitioning in. That doesn't work.
And that is actually not what's recommended at all, because you want a child to establish themselves fully in in their home language, and then add once, and because we are asking them the other way, we were asking them to learn English while also learning all the academics and all the and at second and harder levels, and not establishing a foundation first. So the establishing foundation.
We used to have a late exit program in National. And the reason that we moved to an early exit program was during the No Child Left Behind days, where schools were being punished and penalized for test scores. And so the idea was exit the students in 2nd grade, give them some first language support, but then get them learning English before they have to start testing in 3rd grade. And while you see an initial uptick in student achievement in the elementary years just by getting that first language support in the early years, that does have a detrimental effect on students later on when they get to middle school and high school. And the best programs are the ones that keep kids in as long as possible, all the way through high school graduation. Those pathways to biliteracy are essential for the success of our students. And so, No Child Left Behind failed for a reason. It failed because it didn't give teachers the opportunity to teach students with the knowledge that they had at this level of the standards that they knew they needed to teach. It told us that teachers couldn't be trusted. We needed to teach curriculum, and we needed to teach curriculum page by page. And so there were a lot of things that came out of No Child Left Behind that I'm very happy to say are no longer true. We trust our teachers. We trust them to teach our kids. We trust them to teach our kids to standards in engaging and fun ways. And by the way, we'll give you some great curriculum, whatever you think you need to do. So we hope that the board will give us his blessing to get started with some biliteracy and grow it as fast as we can.
When do we get started?
All right, so we'll make a formal announcement and notification, and then we'll begin work with our labor partners to work out as many of the details as we can. And then we'll get started on what that looks like with HR and making sure that we have classes that parents can enroll in. I'm sorry, a class at one school. But we do want to talk to the staff and make sure that they're on board. And then we'll come back to you if anything changes, and we'll give you an update either way.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Great job. And thank you for looking for more ways to honor and respect our family and our community. So cool. Item 10B, presentation on the Wonder Years curriculum. Dr. Brady.
So the Wonder Years has been a bit of a conversation piece. And I think we heard some public comment at the last meeting, and the board did seem like there was some discussion that the board wanted to have on that. And so we wanted to properly agendize that. And I did mention in my conversation at the end of the board meeting that I would ask Ms. Melanie, our Director of Educational Services, who has been leading the effort in professional development for the Wonder Years, to come and present to the board an update. And with her tonight, we have one of our very celebrated MTSS coordinators, Eleanor Felker, and she also has been leading some of the parent meetings, interacting with the teachers for the Wonder Years, and is here to support the presentation and kind of giving you a background and where we are today.
Thank you. Good evening, Board President Gates, trustees, and executive cabinet. Thank you for having us here. This is such an important topic for our students to learn about in a safe way, in a way that's appropriate for them developmentally, in a way that's going to provide them information about what's going to happen to their bodies in the next couple of years. It can be such a confusing time. And sometimes school is the only place where our students are going to get that information. We would love for them to go home and have those conversations with their families as well, and respect that their families have their own values that they're going to bring to their own about the sexual history and sexual education. But we just feel this is such an important topic for our kids. So thank you for bringing it back so we can discuss it with you.
As Dr. Brady had mentioned, my name is Eleanor Falker, and before I became an MTSS, I taught 6th grade for 24 years, 15 of those with Miss Linda Vasquez here. And so I've had the pleasure of teaching AGE for 24 years. And last year, I did support one of our combo classes at Las Palmas. The teacher was on leave, and so I did teach the 5th grade curriculum, as well as leading some of the parent meetings and discussions around the curriculum. And so we would like to give a brief background on how it came about. So as we know, for the past 24 years before Wonder Years, we had AGE, or Adolescent Growth Education. That was a prior curriculum that we used. But because of the California Health Youth Act in 2016, we need to make sure that the curriculum that we're using is able to keep up with the standards. Like same thing with math and ELA, the materials we're using in the classroom needs to be up to standards. So the California Health Youth Act has 5 primary purposes. It provides our students with the knowledge and skills necessary to protect their sexual and reproductive health from HIV and other sexually transmitted infections and from unintended pregnancy. It also gives our students the knowledge and skills they need to develop healthy attitudes concerning adolescent growth and development, body image, gender, sexual orientation, relationships, marriage, and family. It also promotes the understanding of sexuality as a normal part of human development, and it also helps ensure our students receive integrated, comprehensive, accurate, medically accurate, and unbiased sexual health and HIV prevention instruction and provide our educators with clear tools and guidance to accomplish that. It also gives our students with the knowledge and skills necessary to have healthy, positive, and safe relationships and behaviors. I would like to point out the similarities and the differences between AGE and Wonder Years. So AGE and Wonder Years in 4th grade teaches our students about learning about their physical, emotional, and social changes that they undergo during puberty. And one thing that they does emphasize is good and healthy hygiene. One of the things we used to tell our 6th graders is Axe is not a substitute for showering. Oh yeah, they used to come in and just shower with Axe, right, the boys. One main thing, some of the main differences in 4th grade is the genders are taught together. We really emphasize communication and support and them having a trusted adult and a family member that they can talk to. And also the introduction of gender identity and expression. In 5th grade, similarities is understanding physical, emotional, and social changes that they undergo during puberty. Again, building respectful, positive communication and interpersonal skills. Main differences are, again, emphasizing having the communication and support with the trusted adult and family members, the anatomical structures and functions of the reproductive system in order to make safe and healthy choices, and learning about consent to avoid harassment and exploitation. For 6th grade, similarities is, again, understanding the physical, emotional, and social changes that they undergo during puberty, the building of respectful, positive communication and interpersonal skills, and again, the discussion of HIV and other sexually transmitted infections. As you can see, all of them from 4th grade to 6th grade, the communication and support with the trusted adult and families emphasized. That consent is important in building respectful peer relationships, because by 6th grade, friendship is so important to them that part of what we really want to emphasize with them is that respectful peer relationship and how to navigate that. Identifying interpersonal and sexual violence and how to seek help. Understanding the consequences of risky behavior such as unintended pregnancy and or STIs. And analyzing, as we know, our students these days have access to media like never before. So part of the 6th grade is making sure that they know how to analyze media messages and online content about sexuality.
I was just gonna say, we really wanted to include this slide because I think there was, as we introduced this curriculum, I think there were a lot of questions about what was being taught, the content. You know, it is aligned to the California health standards. It falls within the framework, and it just, again, there is an overlap of the content being taught. Puberty adds a few things that are in the California Healthy Youth Act that are really important for our kids to know. So yes, there are some changes, but there are a lot of things that are similar. All right, so again, just to show you the history of the implementation of Puberty the Wonder Years. As you may know, last year we brought the curriculum to the board for approval, and it was adopted in April, which meant we had a fairly quick turnaround for our teachers, as they in the past have always taught it after testing. So it was adopted mid-April. We had to get them trained. They did an online training themselves, which was a lot of information, but it seemed a way that we could get to implementation so that everyone could teach it. We did, as required by the CDE, have our informational meetings at every school site. Every principal held those meetings, provided overviews for the parents. Parents were allowed to go online to see the curriculum, and they had the option to send in the letters opting their children out of participating. And then this year, we heard from teachers from last year, and we took that input, and one of them was, this is a lot of information, we need more time. So we started our discussion actually in January, and in February, we really began planning for our implementation this year. And as of March, we were able to offer some options for them for their continued learning or for teachers who were new to the curriculum to learn about it. We had really exciting, we had a full day session and a half day session with the author of Puberty the Wonder Years. Her background is in medicine, she is a nurse, and she wrote this curriculum due to a lack of curriculum, sexual education curriculum for students in 4th through 6th grade. So it's very clinical, it's very informative, it's very accurate. That is her whole point, is making sure children have the education. It's unbiased. So teachers could choose to come for a full day or a half day to learn about the curriculum. In addition, we also give teachers the option to, again, do the online training if they wanted, or if they had taught it in the past, to just do a review and catch up. They could opt to have a sub release them for the day, or they could do it off the clock and get paid for those hours they spent. So lots of options for teachers to prepare and do what they needed to do to feel comfortable. And then finally, just like we did as required by the CDE, we've had the informational meetings, curriculum viewings, opt-out letters, etc. Yeah.
The informational meetings, letters, do we know how that information was disseminated to the parents and so on to ensure that they got that information?
Yes, so each school site offered usually 2 meetings. They offered an in-person meeting and a virtual meeting, trying to adapt right to parent schedules. And they have, from the curriculum itself, there's a set of slides that's an overview for parents, so kind of an introduction. Here's what your child will learn about in 4th grade or 5th grade. And then in addition, like you all got, they said, here's the way you sign on, see the curriculum for your grade level. You can see every single slide, every video that your child's going to see. And so that was the way it was done. And I think they also transmitted that information via letters. You can also just sign on if you can attend a meeting. Here's how you can sign on. So again, try to provide parents with lots of options to be able to view the curriculum. Yeah.
Thank you. Just to follow up to that question, when did that happen? When was this? Was this for this year or was this for last year?
So we did it both years,
Okay.
and we have to do it before they teach the lessons in class. 2 weeks, thank you.
At least
Yeah,
two.
yeah.
So, according to the law, we have to have parents give them at least 2 weeks before it is taught. So most schools are doing it by May 19. So most of the meetings have already happened, like last week of April to first week of May.
Can you confirm that parents are getting a printed opt-out form versus?
Yes, so we actually have extras available in the office, so in case it somehow got lost from the backpack to bringing it home, because sometimes, And so anytime the parent and the MTSS coordinators, we put our names, and so each time we get a request from parents, right away we send them. Offices also have printed copies of the opt-out forms.
And then can you confirm that in these informational meetings, the videos will be shown to parents so they have a full scope of what their student will see?
So what we did is actually we gave them the links for the videos because there's so many videos for us to show all of the 3 grade levels. So if they did request, when I did my meeting, and if a parent did request, can I see that video? We did show it.
I believe last board meeting, we spoke about showing the videos to parents, part of that being the informational meeting. Is there a way to maybe do 4, 5, 6, section it out so that parents have the opportunity to really see that?
During the meetings as opposed to doing that
Yes.
on their own time?
Yeah, just to clarify, these informational meetings, it's all the 4, 5, 6 parents that are invited to come in. It's not sectioned out 4, 5, and 6. Is that correct?
I'll let you.
Yeah, just.
So we did it 2 different ways. So we gave the option for them to be able to do it by grade level. And so the first section, that like when I did it with Palmer Way, we actually did have it 4, 5, and 6 parents, and then we kind of separated the room. And so 4th grade parents went to one section, because of the pods in Palmer Way, we were able to do that. And actually, Dr. Seguro was doing the Spanish presentation for some of the parents. And so each parent had the opportunity to be able to do that. And as Ms. Melanie had mentioned, the link was given to all of the parents so that they can actually view it more than once if they need to, and at their convenience as well.
And we have a couple of other, Dr. Lopez and 2 other MTSS coordinators, and I think they were also agreeing that they've offered.
At my school, I also told the parents that they can contact me and I can do one-on-one meetings with them to view the videos. So I have parents who work I need to watch the videos today. Okay, come in and watch the videos.
That's actually part of what we used to do with AGE. We actually have the library open so that anytime the parents want to just come in and if they don't have their own devices, that was also offered to parents for them to come in anytime, and the videos that they can then view them.
And usually you just watch the videos of the child in the grade level that your child is in.
Yes.
So you don't need to watch all the grade levels anyway, so. And it's kind of appropriate to, at the time that your child is in that grade level, you just watch it. But the parent would have access to all grade levels, and say, for example, my child is in 4th grade, I can still access all 3 grade levels, correct?
Yes.
I think it would make for a really long meeting if you watched every
Right,
video with
that's
them. So what we did is we talked about the main points of each of the different lessons. And we said in the videos are here and they had the information connected to that so that they could do that. And we also, like Dr. Lopez says, it was done translated as well, because we know some of our parents need that information in Spanish as well.
That was where I was getting to, because parents are not going to want to be there for the entire 3 grade levels, so you would want to be more appropriate to the grade level in which your child is in. But you can go home, and then if you want to skip ahead to know what your child will be potentially up against for the next year, so you knew in advance if you can drop down or not. Because I know there was a concern of a video that was being shared of, I don't even want to repeat what was said, but, that I know that we're not sharing, but, in case there was somebody who had concern, you can go ahead and skip ahead for that potential concern, right?
Absolutely, yeah, it's very important that our parents feel comfortable and know what's being taught. I mean, we want them to know as well, because it is their child. They have that right to make the decisions in this area of sexual education on what their child sees and what they choose to teach at home. The other benefit, I think, to the parents having access to the slides and all the videos at home too, is they can either continue that conversation at home, saying, hey, you learned this today in school, I want to talk to you about our family's values or more that I learned about this, right? So they can also piggyback on that. Or if they opt their child out completely, they still have, here's what my 4th grader would be learning, and I can talk to them now in my own way of how I want to do it. So there's lots of benefits to parents having
That's
that.
actually one of the conversations that I had with one of the parents is, I would like to see it, and so that I can actually reiterate some of the things and discuss it with my child, so that, especially that they have the schedule and when it's going to be taught. They're aware, and so they can follow up at home if other conversations needed. And part of the beauty of this program actually is the home connection, because the parents do get a quote unquote homework for them to be able to discuss things with their kids, that the teachers are going to be sending home questions that they can ask their kids when it comes to the curriculum they're learning.
Trustee Lopez?
Yes, so these slides that were shown at the informational meeting, all the parents received it regardless of attending? Yeah, so at this informational meeting, the slides or the information that you presented, the copy was sent out to the parents that did not attend?
So it was sent out electronically, but then we didn't want to print, because then we would have printed probably 10 reams of papers for all of the grade levels. But we did provide extra printed copies of all of the slides and all of the materials that's going to be used by the students, so that if parents want to see everything, they have the option to go in the office, and we're all available for them to be, again, if they need to be able to see it one-on-one, things explained to them. We've made ourselves available. The school has made several times and opportunities, and even this week, if someone wants to come in and say, hey, I want to see this, I want to see that, it's readily available in the office, and we are also able to talk to them one-on-one.
I'd like a copy of the slides, so you can email them to me.
So,
Or whatever presentation you showed parents.
okay, but Ms. Melanie, in what you sent me to give to the board, all of that information is in there, correct?
That's correct. So yeah, so there are slides that say, I can't remember what that's called, but there's like an overview of 4th grade, 5th grade, 6th grade. That is what the presentation is. Then parents create their own account on the puberty website, and then that's when they can view the slides that are actually shown to the children. So they kind of get both, so depending on how much they want to explore. But yeah, everything is there, the links to the videos, how to create your own account, and the overview slides.
And because they are copyrighted, they are for the parents, and so you would have to create that account just so they know who's in there, and as a board member, you're able to do that. Mhm.
I also want to say, I know there's a lot of questions, it's a new curriculum. This curriculum is being used in 44 of the 50 states, as well as internationally in Canada, Singapore, Ecuador, lots of places. So it is being used widely I don't know if that's of any reassurance, but I think it wouldn't be used as widely if it wasn't providing the accurate, unbiased information we want our kids to get to.
So some of the tapes and videos have been removed, right?
Yeah. Can I go to my next slide?
Yes.
Okay, and then we can talk more, because you're going right where I'm going.
Okay.
Yes, thanks to input from the governing board, from our parents, from our teachers, from our principals. We took all of that information. We have some surveys from last year. We have surveys before we did professional development. We've talked to the people who are providing the overviews for our parents, teachers, etc. The two kind of big trends that we saw were that it took a lot of time to teach. There are a lot more lessons than our old AGE curriculum, especially for 6th grade. And that some of the videos were deemed as maybe not quite developmentally appropriate for some of our students. So we went back, took a second look, and in order to address both of those concerns, we have removed a few of the videos. And specifically, we removed a video in 5th grade, which is one of the supplemental lessons that we're required to implement as part of the CDE regulations, and it's the video on sexual orientation. They have the same lesson E in 5th grade and 6th grade. 5th grade will not see the video on sexual orientation. 6th grade will. And then in 6th grade, we removed all the videos that have to do with abstinence, STIs, and HIVs for the purpose of time and just maybe appropriateness. So those were the ones that we deemed. That's how we modified it. Yes, and if you have any other questions, Trustee Avalos, I'm happy to answer them.
Can I add a quick comment? So it might seem weird that we took out the video on abstinence. But, right, but the video itself, when we watched it, was, reasons for why you might want to wait and not have, engage in that kind of behavior. I don't know if I should be talking at a board meeting. Okay, having sex and sexual, right? So having sex and waiting for sex. The video itself was a college student talking to their high school sibling about the reasons for not having sex. But again, the way that the conversation was going seemed more geared to upper adolescents as opposed to 11 and 12-year-olds. And so we just felt like it kind of took away from the slides on abstinence that are very specific and very clinical and very accurate, but not kind of skew the reasoning behind it based on maybe the developmental. They're not in college and they're not close to college. They're not even in middle school. And so as a team, we just thought that the slides were stronger without the video.
I waited. So my bachelor's degree is in social work. And I still remember the class in which I was told one of the most painful things that some doctors and nurses, social workers had seen was a child who had something done to them, but the family had never given them words. The basics of, and for those of you, sorry, on screen, if you have issues with this, but these are the words: penis and vagina and anus and breasts, things that they would use euphemisms. And we are all kind of guilty of it. But the problem that they had found is that they came back and talked about was you use all these cutesy words, and then your child is being molested by someone and they're telling you the cutesy words and we don't understand because you called it something that we like something else, and your child could not say, "He touched my penis." We can't do that to our children. We can't. I had 6th graders who thought the funniest thing ever was butt slapping each other in the crotch or grabbing a guy's pants. slapping somebody in the breast, most hysterical thing ever. And when I told them it's sexual assault, they were confused. What do you mean? We're just playing. No, you were not just playing. At the age of 12, you should understand that no one should be doing that to you, and you shouldn't be doing it to anyone else. And you should have the words for it. You should understand what consent is. The fact that we just added consent as a topic in this last go-round of standards, in some ways is horrifying. I had parents who told me they watched Game of Thrones, but I put my hand over his face. I don't let him watch those parts with their 6th grader. Oh, he's my Game of Thrones buddy. That show is completely inappropriate for most adults, much less for an 11 or 12-year-old. And when I first started teaching 6th grade, my co-partner, like we team taught, was 26 years old, and her mother had never had conversations about her body with her, about sex with her. She'd gone through SDSU, she graduated, she came back, because we like to do let the kids ask questions. Here's the stack, here's the index cards. If you have a question and it's appropriate and fits, that we will absolutely do our best to answer it according to curriculum, because this is scientific, it's medical, it's preventative. And my dear friend came to me after the first day, eyes wide, going, I could answer these 3, and had a stack of questions 1.5 inches thick from her 32 kids. I don't know what to, I don't. And that was the 26-year-old teacher. Our kids are curious. They have access. We know all too well they can do her. It's not just, hey, you get your period, and periods are coming earlier and earlier. It always for me is, please, dear Lord, if we can keep a child from being harmed or get to a child as fast as possible, because they know this is not what should be happening to them, I will fight with you to make this happen. I appreciate, though, taking the time to make modifications and to look, because, yeah, there are things that aren't necessarily right now for our kids, and let's let them be kids a little while longer, but never at the expense of their safety. And yeah. Trustee Sarmiento.
Thank you. I just had a comment about under 5th grade differences in puberty. So it says learn about consent to avoid harassment and exploitation. I would like to add or lack thereof, because, not only are we asking the kids or explaining to them how they should answer, but we also need to explain to them what should not be happening and the ability to tell them, knock it off or whatever. Another thing that I wanted to bring up, modifications to the program. As a governing board member, I was bothered by the fact that, yes, this was brought to us for approval. When we, a year ago, voted to approve it, and I'll only speak for myself, I had no idea what it entailed. It was just something, okay, we need to teach this to the kids. Okay, yeah, I agree. They need to learn, like you say, periods starting earlier, blah, blah, blah. Understandable. And it says input provided by governing board, parents, teachers, principals. I would have had a heck of a lot more input to provide had I known exactly what it was that we were presenting to our children in the National School District. Like I said before, I had understood that it is not required by law to be taught at this level. However, the powers that be chose to go ahead with it. Now, looking back and finding out too, since our discussion 2 weeks ago, that some videos have been removed, it bothers me that I didn't know what was there in the first place that I approved, that all of a sudden somebody realizes, well, maybe we shouldn't have subjected our children to that. Then, doggone it, I'm a bad board member for approving this without knowing that, and how naive was I to approve that without knowing a lot of this information. And now, I've already asked, in our last meeting, asked Dr. Brady for the curriculum. I want to know exactly what's being taught, 4th, 5th, and 6th grades. If I have to come in and discuss, I'm still waiting for an appointment to come in and meet to discuss this and to know exactly what it is that's being presented to our children and to our students. And that way, how better can I be educated in what's being presented to our students? Because I did our children great disservice by approving this. And now the more that I know, in fact, I've had teachers calling me already since our last meeting, telling me more about what's being discussed in the classroom, and I'm just sitting there going, oh my God, I had no idea. And I'm still waiting to see what it is that's being presented. So, yes, I agree, this needs to happen, but also we as board members need to be aware of what exactly is being presented to our children so that we can act accordingly.
Can I just jump in? I know you have other board members waiting. So immediately following that meeting, we did ask Ms. Melanie's to put all of the information together for your viewing, and that was sent home that Friday in your weekly updates. You have all of the links, all of the videos, and the link to create an account to view all of the curriculum. If you would like an appointment, we'll be able to set that up for you immediately tomorrow, and I can walk you through setting up that account if that's necessary. But you do have it from right after that last board meeting. All the board members got it, and in fact, we sent that out to all of our principals as well, and we asked that the principals make sure that the parents have all of that as well. So we streamlined and resent everything, so every parent has all of the same materials, just to make sure that there's no question that people can't find the information based on that feedback. Second, I just wanted to comment, we didn't take out any videos that were inappropriate for 6th grade. And I think there was a 5th grade video. We kept a video that's going to be shown twice because we had heard that 4th grade, 5th grade have about a week, and 6th grade has like 2 weeks of curriculum. And so we wanted to help streamline that. We knew that there were some parents that were opting out because they felt the videos were a little bit more developmentally not appropriate because they were more middle school, high school level. 6th grade, many 6th grades are in middle school. They're not in an elementary setting. And even though the kids are the same age, they become much more relevant, much faster. So we just had an internal conversation to say, could we potentially capture more parents that might not be comfortable with some of those videos by removing them? And we felt that it would speed up the timeline. So I want to be clear, no videos that were removed because they were inappropriate. They were removed because they could wait. We had the opportunity to wait, and we wanted to capture as many people as possible for the comfort of some of the parents that might have considered opting out. So you,
Clarification, are you talking about the one too that was presented from a college student's perspective to their younger sibling?
it was a conversation on abstinence and the reasons why people wait to have sex, yes. But because it was a college student, we as a group said, well, maybe that one, the slides are stronger without the video. It was not if you watch that video, it was not inappropriate. It's a college student saying, I have a girlfriend, but we're not having sex. We're not having sex because we want to focus on our studies. Other people don't have sex because of their religion. Other people don't have sex because they don't feel they're ready. All of the content in that video was absolutely appropriate. There was nothing that was racy or inappropriate or not appropriate for sixth grade. It was just because of the age of the people talking, we thought kids can wait for that and we can have our teachers focus on the slides. So I don't want you to think that because you voted to protect kids, that you did anything that was not right for our students. We have moved away from AGE because it doesn't match the standards. Our students, younger and younger, are being exposed to things. They're being exposed to pornography and other things on social media, and they are getting a warped sense of what appropriateness is with sexual contact. And so we want to make sure that we give our students those, like President Gates says, those strategies. But it is always a parent's right to opt out. And so every parent has the right to say, I don't want my child to participate. They have those videos in their hands, in their homes, so they can watch them in the privacy of their homes. If they want to watch them with us, we make every effort to show those videos to them. And if you would like to come and do that with us here with Ms. Melanie's, Ms. Felker, we can sit with you and walk you through the curriculum.
And I'm saying too, that it would have been helpful to have all this information and the discussion a year ago.
Trustee Benjamin Castaneda.
Well, I'm a little disappointed in that comment because we as board members have the right to ask, but also I did my homework in advance. I did watch the AGE videos before, and I knew that as a district, we're not gonna put our kids in a situation where we're not gonna exploit them to inappropriate videos or anything like that. I have all trust in the fact that our teachers are also not gonna put our kids in a situation where we're exposing them to inappropriate content. So for me to vote on something that is gonna put their safety in their, or jeopardize them, I'm baffled by the fact that you say that you did injustice to our students. It's disappointing. But I do have confidence in the curriculum. It is appropriate for our kids to learn. There's too much out there. These kids need to learn about their bodies, about what they're going through. I have 3 boys of my own, and those topics are very difficult to have. And to have those discussions is not easy. And to have that education in our system and in our schools, it's very helpful, and it is very important. So sometimes our children don't have anywhere else but in our school system to have that opportunity. So we do need to have it available for our students, and that information was already given to us ahead of time. So if we need to verify that, I think it was already given to us that Friday. So
But not a year ago.
We had the opportunity to pull the item, and we could have asked that before we approved the item. So that is our right as a board member. But again, that was given to us when we asked for it, and we have that opportunity. So we have to take responsibility. Thank you.
My first year in 6th grade, Deadpool came out. And everybody thought that it was just going to be another X-Men, except then we started hearing that the language is inappropriate. Okay. And I had the absolute war every day, either a, like, X-Men, DC Comics, Marvel, like my little dude, not my child, but one of my sixth graders, every day was wearing one of those, and was so excited to see Deadpool. Mrs. Gates, you go to see Deadpool? Yes, I'm going with Anthony. We go like that. We would do that. We would go and watch all the X-Men movies. Okay, because those X-Men then. And I went to that movie sitting next to my 17-year-old son at the time, and was horrified at the 3 to 5 minute montage of sex scene, inferred sex scene, the whole thing. And my little sweet little sixth grader who still thought Santa Claus was real. But this child went to see Hulk. I couldn't sit and watch it with my son is sitting. I had to leave. I can't do. How? And my little guy turned to his mom and said, what are they doing? Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Item 11, human resources. 11A is to approve revised job descriptions and reclassifications effective July 1, 2025. Do I have a motion?
Second.
All right, Dr. Kapinski.
This is a reclassification with CSEA. CSEA members have the ability to submit for reclassification when they believe that their job responsibilities no longer align with their current job description. We look at job responsibilities and also compare their salaries to other like districts who have that same position. And so we make a recommendation through the negotiations process to reclassify the positions that have been submitted. The contract states that they must submit their reclassification within 2 weeks of returning from spring break. This was an item that was listed on the recent ratification by the CSEA members who did approve the job descriptions that you see attached to this item.
Do you have any questions? All right, I have a motion to approve by trustee Avalos, a second by trustee Lopez. Please vote. Item 11B to approve revised 2024-2025 student calendar. May I have a motion? Dr. Kevin.
So in the past, we've had various ways to end the school year. Last year, I believe we ended on a Thursday, which is a minimum day. And so we didn't have an issue with Friday being the last day. But when Friday is the last day in the past, because Thursdays are all of our minimum days, we have swapped the last day, Thursday, to be a full day and have switched it with Friday to be a minimum day because it's the last day of school before the year ends. This year, we did explore whether or not we have the minutes available to continue to make Thursday, that last Thursday, I think it's June 5th, minimum day. And then also, do we have the minutes available to make Friday, June 6th, a minimum day? And the reason for that is we're looking to increase our enrollment that day. Sometimes by having parents, the last day of school, having parents know that they're only going to go for a minimum day really increases our enrollment, allows teachers to pack up their classrooms, get ready, particularly those schools that will be used for extended school year. So I think it's a win-win, and we're glad we were able to find those minutes to make a recommendation to the board. We're asking for the 2024-2025 school calendar, and then also the next item will reflect the 25-26 calendar.
Questions? All right, I have a motion to approve by trustee Avalos, a second by trustee Bettencourt Castaneda. Please vote. Item 11C to approve revised 2025-2026 student calendar. Do I have a motion? I make a motion to approve. Dr. Kevin Buell.
It would be the same thing as making the last day of school a minimum day for the 25-26 school year.
Questions? Trustee Avalos, made a motion to approve. Trustee Bettencourt Castaneda, seconded. Please vote. Item 11D to approve declaration of need for fully qualified educators. Do I have a motion?
I second.
Dr. Kevin?
This is an annual declaration that we complete and we submit to the county office, which gives us an opportunity to utilize some of these emergency, so to speak, credentials if someone comes to us without a CLAD or without something that they need to continue their credential. This declaration allows us to utilize certain, I don't know how to explain it, but certain, I want to call them like emergency provisions to be able to continue the work while they work on that provision. Most of the time, this affects people who are coming out of state who may not have a CLAD credential, which we require here in California.
And we are also still impacted in our special education teachers, correct?
We've actually had very good success.
Good.
Yes.
Not all districts, I believe that this, the full roster, so. Any questions? Trustee Lopez.
Yes, thank you. Just to clarify and understand more, this says that we are projected need of 32 teachers for next, what is this then?
It's just a projection. It could be 5, it could be 2, it could be, we just kind of estimate what we think we could need. We never use it. We don't even need it at all probably this next upcoming year. But if we do need it, we have this opportunity to use it. Like I said, I don't really anticipate using it. Tonight you did approve a credentialed teacher for our Harbison for special ed. So I don't anticipate that we're going to need it, but it's really just a backup in case.
Any other questions? Okay, I have a motion to approve by trustee Bettencourt Castaneda, a second by trustee Avalos. Please vote. Right, item 12 is business services. 12A, an update on facilities and safety. Dr. Burke.
Thank you very much, President Gates, trustees of the board. And a brief update as we do several times per year. We aim for monthly, but we've had some busy meetings lately on just facilities and safety updates since we have a lot of construction going on and a lot of things happening at the campuses. Last board meeting, we had some conversation around exit gates. So I wanted to spotlight some of the exit gates. These photos here are taken from outside the gates that were being discussed, and these are, if you open up the gate, that's what you see. These are concerning areas. It might be difficult to tell, but on the picture on the left, that's a downhill. That's not like a meadow. That's a slope going down, and you can see that there's a pretty large tree in the picture on the left, and that we're up, we're looking out from near the top of the tree, looking down on it, on its roots.
Dr. Burke,
Yes.
you're talking about Las Palmas?
Yes, I'm talking, these are at Las Palmas, thank you. And the second picture is from the second gate at Las Palmas that was being discussed. And again, it's just a downward slope that goes down to brush and trees, and not a viable, safe path of exit. just not a viable path of exit. I'll talk a little bit more about, we did go and take a look at it again. I do want to update you quickly on the flooding that happened occurred a year ago. This is just a brief bird walk. Just want to make sure that you're aware that all facilities are complete now. Everything has been restored and is accessible again. So the last time we saw this particular slide was late fall, and Palmer Way, Kimball still had a little bit of work to do because of the concerns around abatement that needed to be done and getting materials in to replace some of that, to replace some of the construction materials. But now that is complete. Everything has been, all asbestos has been abated. All the rooms are fully restored. The materials are installed, and available to the staff. So going back to safety plans. So, sorry again, it's kind of an awkward transition, but just letting you know our background on our safety plans. That we do have comprehensive safety plans at every site. They're approved by National City. They're approved by the board, the school board, but they're reviewed internally, and we have our safety committee works them. The school site council works on them. Our key partners, National City Police Department, National City Fire Department, visit the sites, walk the sites, review the safety plans, review every plan, and sign off on every plan. Keenan, our insurance company, also is involved in the review on those and helps guide the process. And again, ultimately, it is a vote by the board that approves the safety plan. So every school has its own safety plan, including Las Palmas. Las Palmas, I just briefly want to talk about, there are gates at Las Palmas that are not meant for travel at this point in time. Not meant for daily use by the population, by the students, staff. There's a difference between a gate that's identified as an egress and a gate that is not identified as an egress. This one is an egress. You know it's an egress because it has that bar. If it has that bar, that means it has been approved, identified as a safe path of travel, appropriate path of travel, and a potential emergency exit. Those panic bars are designed so that they protect the campus from the outside. They're, beyond the lock itself. There's material blocking somebody from the outside trying to get to the panic bar, but it allows somebody that's on the inside trying to escape should something be on campus that needs to be escaped from. For somebody that does not have keys, is not a custodian or whoever, it's anybody on campus can go up to a push bar exit and hit that. And those hit that bar, and allow the egress will allow them to pass. So in California, an egress must be clearly marked, unobstructed, and accessibility must be provided. And that includes all those things that we normally talk about with accessibility, including the slope or having the handrails if it's too great a slope, the proper width, the proper design of the material that you're walking onto. How were the egress points selected? SGPA architecture went around to all our campuses, identified which are the appropriate gates. We worked with NCPD and National City Fire Department as well for further input and guidance. And through all of that work with our partners, each gate on every single campus was either approved or not approved as an egress. So the ones that we have in place were approved by National City Fire, National City Police, and our architect. And anything that is not marked with a panic bar and it was not approved by those three. We did not make any choices on our own to change anything from an egress to not an egress, or vice versa, to make something passable by students and teachers that was not approved by the architect and fire and police department. National City Fire, Police, and the architects were in agreement on all of our gates. There was no disagreements about any of the gates. So we have the ones in place that were approved by those three key partners. Gates not authorized for egress at Las Palmas. You see them there again from a slightly different angles, but you see the first one here, the larger one, you walk off. There's a very narrow ledge and it's just drop off. It's like a cliff. This other one is, you see that slant immediately outside of the fencing. They're not meant for use by the general public. They were put in place, prior to when the architect and the fire department went to review them. They're in place. They're service gates from decades ago. And what they're used for is when somebody needs to go out and weed whack around that area to prevent fire, to abate for fires. They use that so that they don't have to go all the way around and outside and down by the golf course and come up or something like that. It's just an easy access point for somebody that's doing work specific to that area. And that's all they're meant for at this point in time. Why are they there? They're there as service gates for those purposes. And they do not meet the requirements for formal egress. There is one that does hold potential. It is not approved as an egress, and that one you see here. This is not one of the ones that was the point of focus last week, but it is one that would add a new exit to that specific campus. It is not in current condition or approvable as an egress. And that, again, is according to the architects and fire department. Again, let us know. In the last 2 weeks, since the last board meeting, they took a look at all of the gates in Las Palmas, and they agreed with their prior assessment that these are the egress gates, the ones that we have in place, and that these other ones that I've pointed out tonight are not. There was conversation about this one potentially becoming an egress, a viable egress. It doesn't meet the conditions right now because it's not unobstructed and it's not clearly marked. It's not, and it's not the correct path of travel, the correct pitch, and it's not, as far as we know, and we have to work with the city on this. It's not our land either, outside of that gate. So the changes that would need to happen outside of that gate are not within the parameters of our control. So we will need to work with the city. Should we, desire that this one become an egress, we'll need to work with the city to change the land. It would probably require some switchbacks and landings put in with bars and piping. And again, that's a significant project that we would be partnering with the city on. And that was our plan for next steps, is to see the feasibility of that. We're not against having that exit be used in emergency. As a matter of fact, the National City Fire Department and Police Department reminded us that they can make gates anywhere they want to as they're deciding during an emergency. That we might use this in real time if there was an emergency at Las Palmas next week. We might use this path. They might decide at that moment to use it, but that decision remains with them. That they could decide that to use it as an emergency exit in that moment. And again, they both reiterated that is a decision that they can make at any time, anywhere. They could cut fences that don't have a gate. They could open that gate, and they could provide access on an as-needed emergency basis. So we do want to look at this gate and see, could the work be done with the city to make those changes? It would take time, and it would take, architectural study, all that stuff that needs to happen. But could it happen, and could it become a viable gate? That's something to look at with the city and partner up on. So that's part of our next steps there. Reinforce with the staff that that the panic bars are the key signal that a gate is an approvable egress. We need to review our access points with staff as part of the safety plan and footprint review when we come back to school. Also do that, and again do that research on the requirements and report back to the board on next steps for that potential egress point. Any questions?
Trustee Bettencourt Castanedas.
Thank you. Okay, so on one of my school visit, I did walk the campus, and I did view what you're showing here. And out of concern of one of our teachers that shared their concern about safety and the exit and so on, and the safety of if there was an emergency and being able to get out and so on. And I don't think that I would we feel comfortable with our students. As a matter of fact, I know I would not feel comfortable with our students exiting out that back gate that was shared. And you demonstrated it with us here tonight. Is that this? Yeah. So, can you share with us how many other exit routes there are in case there's an emergency? Because that there poses another emergency if there were, that was her request to have that as an exit route.
Yes.
So that way the public can know that there are other exit routes for our students to exit in the event that there is an emergency, because I wanted to ensure that our students were safe in the event that there was an emergency, because I was concerned if there were an emergency that was not the only exit that we had for our students. And after visiting again, I know that that's not, but for the public to know that if you can share.
Yes, well, off the top of my head, I don't have a map with me, but off the top of my head, there are 3 egress points at Las Palmas already. 3 different gates that you could leave that campus from. And then that 4th one that that we looked at as being a potential is not very far from where these gates were.
Right.
So that in an emergency where we needed to go out the back that way, that would be the choice out of the ones available. That would be the choice. And it is, you can see it's a gate that back in the day, it met the mustard. I mean, they were using it at some point as a pass, but it's obviously the rules have changed and it didn't keep up with the rules. Yeah, but these other 2, there's no question that you wouldn't want to bring a young class or any class out there.
To me, not that just because I'm accident prone, but the fact that it's much more hazardous to take any class or anything. I mean, obviously it's a matter of life or death, but nonetheless, that's not going to be my first exit point. Not at all. There's, I want to say, I think Dr. Brady, there was like 4 exit with Denise maybe walked us through to 4 different exit points. And I just want to make sure, for the public, for our parents, for peace of mind, that there are other options.
Yes, absolutely. And again, the police and fire department said that if they want to make a gate anywhere on that campus, they'll make it in real time.
For sure.
So there's the existing approved access points, and then anywhere they need to make an access point.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Brady.
Yes, I just want to say you're absolutely correct. There are multiple exit points, and just for the public record, where that classroom is located, all the classrooms in that area evacuate if the building is on fire to the back blacktop. And I know both Trustee Betancourt Castañeda and Trustee Avalos went and walked it. And what the principal has told us is that if that is unavailable, they can go down the ramp to the lower playground and out the gate that is marked as an egress down there. They can go out the front of the school, which is where they would evacuate if they couldn't be on the back patio. They could go around the back portable area behind the cafeteria and out into the side exit over there as well. And then we did see the potential exit that you mentioned, and all of our staff did have keys, but they did say that at this time we should be making a declaration at the district level that no longer can the teachers enter and exit through that particular gate. Since that's been brought to their attention, it has been deemed not safe for path of travel. There will be some keys on the site for the custodian, for the administrators in the event of an emergency. If it has to be opened, can also use bolt cutters and open it. And of course, our first responders could arrive there and exit groups out through that should they need to, but it should not be one of the first options in the path of travel. So yes, several options for exiting are available.
May I ask who walked LP Las Palmas with you?
Well, I walked it solo, but we had with the fire department, police department was Mr. Castillo, our maintenance and operations director, and also Ray Vargas, our safety coordinator.
And how narrow is very narrow? I'm just curious.
A
Like,
few feet.
okay. All right. Which
And, you know, it narrows and widens.
kindergartners do better walking that, like, by the time they're done, at this point of the year, they are walking in a straight line. The sixth graders can't walk that. Trustee Avalos.
Yes, I was with Dr. Brady and we went to go visit Las Palmas School. And we did walk around to all the exits. And yes, I saw the gate that was locked. That was right in front of the park. And it was a great concern of mine. So I did reach out to our city council person. And we went over there just the other day. We parked by the park there. And we took pictures and I said, walk down there and see if you could walk. Or walk up, see if you could walk. So anyway, I'm glad that I did because they're certainly going to look into it. And as he walked and he saw the road and it was bumpy, I said, why is it bumpy? You know, and they said it's because of the trees. The roots of the trees have come up and made it bumpy because we don't want anybody to walk in the Sioux City, right? But if it's an emergency, they're not going to Sioux City because they have to go out that way. But it will be brought up to the city because it was a big concern. And that's the first time that I had been walking Las Palmas Park only because of family issues. I wasn't able to go visit schools as I'd like to, as I had done before. But I am now visiting the schools. And I did, like I said, reached out to a city council person. We did go and saw it, and he's definitely going to bring it up to the city to see what they can do about it.
Very good, thank you. That'll definitely move our conversations with the city along as well. Knowing that they know exactly what you're talking about and what the problem is.
I would raise the question about, and I don't know the answer to this, which is why it's a question. You said that the fire department would make a hole. We have there's a side gate that goes out of the parking lot to 18th Street that is outside of the campus, like the campus gate. There's a campus gate and then there's the parking lot gate. And there is an access that goes out that side. To exit safely from the field, I'm just wondering why there's not, and I'm sure there probably is a reason, but why there's not an access gate at the field that would take us out to 18th. Because if any of it, like I drew my lovely little map of LP Las Palmas, and I agree with Principal Walker that if there's a problem in that back corner parking lot, or not parking lot, playground, that you could go around and down the ramp. But what happens if one of those buildings is the problem? Then can we get down to the field? Can we get out from the field? I'm just wondering if there may not need to be consideration at any of our schools for another access route or two that would allow us off. So I'm just asking for that as a looking into possibility.
We could definitely look into it. It would involve just architectural review would be the main first step, and then having them look at where are the most feasible and high need spots for potential additional egress. And then checking that path of travel both inside the campus to that point to make sure it's compliant and outside the campus. So we can certainly ask the architects to look at additional egress points for campuses if we feel there's a need. Or it could be a review of all campuses or a targeted review of specific scenarios. It's just a matter of what we want to ask them to do.
Well, I think it's Palmer Way's fault because you can get down to Palmer Way's playground and you can get out. Now granted, it's not a great idea, like, you need to have teachers really on top of that because you go out to Plaza down that back entrance, but it's still a point to get out.
Mhm.
So that's where my brain is. Trustee Sarmiento.
I think it's Trustee Dinosaur in this case. Many years ago, I don't know if you had mentioned, there is a gate that exits the parking lot at Palmer Way, the north parking lot, right onto 18th Street, and that's been locked and closed for many years. We had a student that was hit by a car right there. It's a very busy intersection, and I would only guess that that's why we don't have any other access up into 18th Street, because it's a very busy street. Now, behind Palmer Way, it's not, but 18th is a very busy street and dangerous.
Well, and that's one of those, like, if only thinking about if there's another safe space. And because running out to 18th Street with kids is not my idea sometimes either. But where would we put it? That's all. I'm just wondering if there's a where would we put it?
There's an exit, I think, the one that we saw, into the parking lot. We saw it, the gravel was coming out. But it goes into the parking lot, not into the street. Maybe that would resolve your question, Michelle, of concern.
I'm just wondering, because like when I think of that school, the exits are in the, like, the exits are all to that, like, front corner. You know, I'm sorry, I'm encroaching, but they're all to that front corner, and it doesn't feel quite as much like you can get out from any point if you have to go this way. That's all I'm thinking. But Dr. Brady.
Yeah, so that's a really great point, Trustee Sarmiento, about the traffic. It's the same kind of a concern as you open the gate here and you take a couple steps and you fall off a cliff. You open up a different gate, you take a couple steps, you get hit by a car. And with something that is an emergency, the mass exit, we could create a situation that's safety. That we have the benefit in National City of being geographically a pretty small area. We're under 10 square miles. I think we could all agree on that, maybe smaller. And our first responders come really fast. I mean, they're amazing. We did explain to them that there was concern about only exiting to the front of the school. And I asked them, you review our safety plans, you sign your name. Are you standing behind that signature? They not only stand behind that signature, they came and they walked it and reiterated that they are standing behind it. And they said, in the event of an emergency that we have to get them off the playground in those areas, we will be there and we will cut a hole in the fence and we will safely bring them onto 18th Street so they don't wander into traffic. I think another thing, we think about Lincoln Acres has a similar situation down on their lower playground, but there's really big slopes up onto Euclid, same situation.
There used to be a ramp there.
Used to be a ramp.
Leading up to Euclid.
Oh, up to Euclid, not into the cul-de-sac.
I think the northwest side of the school, that going up, because I used to walk that ramp.
Oh, okay.
To school every day. I lived right there in Euclid.
And so probably for the issues that you talked about, the safety, they have closed some of those access points. So I think one of the things we took away is we definitely can do a walk around and we can see where we might be able to put in some gates. Some of them will require extensive, potentially millions of dollars in handicap accessible ramps to make something like that happen. And it may not be feasible if you put in all that effort and it leads into someplace that is deemed unsafe. So, but we will definitely look around and make sure that wherever we might put gates in, that's something we could consider for sure.
Those those safety plans originally were created by officer at the time, Tejas. Long time ago.
But he did a really good job.
Yes, he did.
All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Burke. All right, item 12B is to approve CT 4283 with RGC General Engineering for bid number 24-25-10B for artificial turf and playground installations at El Toyon and Rancho de la Nacion schools. I have a motion. Dr. Burke.
Yes, these are the last two fields in the district to be upgraded to the turf fields, so we're very excited about that. It would be the completion of an overhaul of our play facility and extended learning, outdoor learning facility. These two were kept till this summer because of the challenge of working the two sites at once and taking advantage of the staging that we'll be able to do with all the kids off campus. And we should have it ready before students return. Should have it ready for students to go. So we're very, very excited about this closing of this project. RGC is the winning bid, and they are a union company.
Any questions? All right, I have a motion to approve CT 4283 by trustee Avalos and a second by trustee Bettencourt Castaneda. Please vote.
Results.
Item 12C, to approve compensation agreement with the City of National City for the sale of property retained for future development. Do I have a motion? I second. Dr. Burke.
Yes, this comes from the Dissolution Act that was carried out where instead of redevelopment agencies, you basically have funding trades hands when city-owned properties are bought or sold. In this case, we have the city's buying property, and it's a nice parcels actually. Right when you get west of the 5, heading out to the marina, across from all the hotel and the new activity there. There's 2 corner lots that the city is acquiring or has acquired. That as a result of that, because of their requirements, they would provide us with a payout as a tax partner to that land. So this is a city acquisition. Not sure. It hasn't been signaled what they're doing with it, what the game plan is. But I'm excited to see what happens there, and it's a benefit to the students in National School District.
Questions? I have a motion to approve by trustee Bettencourt Castaneda, a second by trustee Avalos. Please vote. And item 13, board cabinet communications. Trustee Lopez.
Thank you. First, wanted to say happy Asian American and Pacific Islander Month to all of our students. Happy Certified and Classified Week to our staff. Thank you to our Las Palmas students for their wonderful presentation. It was really nice to see how much they love being in their student council and what they're doing at their school site. Congrats again to our Shine volunteer, Maggie Lepe and Guadalupe Sandoval as our district employee of the month. And welcome again to Andrea, Ofelia, Martha, and Arturo to our district. And also wanted to share my prayers and condolences to the Quiñones family in the passing of our retired bus driver, Jose Quiñones. And also thank you to staff for your presentations today, and the Biodiversity Task Force, the Wonder Years, the recognition of our Green Ribbon schools in gold status. Very proud of the district and the work that our staff is doing. And also very excited about the bilingual program. Yes, I'm biased as a bilingual educator myself, but I'm very grateful to see that grow for next year. And then just wanted to bring up some things from last meeting, or just some correspondence to the board. I did email President Gates
requesting an agenda item. I did not see it on the agenda, but I would like to see the donors choose policy come to the board for review. I know there was an email sent out and I received a paragraph text, but I would like to see it more in the policy format that it is or should be. I have already requested, and I believe we talked about it as well at our last board meeting or before, that I would like to see a plan for the benchmark schedule for our teachers. I know we have wonderful staff who are trained, who are doing that already, but I think again, it's crucial that we have those curriculum writers come and teach probably our MTSS support staff and then being able to teach our staff. But I think we really need it, especially we're going into a dual language. We need Adelante, we need Benchmark to come in and show us how to do the work. Another thing that I wanted to bring up in a correspondence I had with Dr. Brady and our former Assistant Super, Dr. Kraft, on a memorandum of understanding with the San Diego Rescue Mission to support our families and our students who are experiencing homelessness. Right now, we don't have an MOU with them, and they have other MOUs with other districts where they can partner with them, let them know how many families are unsheltered that can go to their district. I think it's really a sense of urgency to be in contact with them, which I did follow up with our staff, and Dr. Vargas is now in contact with them for students who are identified as SPED, who are homeless, who are living down the street from us at the Rescue Mission. I think when these things are presented to us, I would hope that staff would see it as an urgent matter and at least make that connection and take that initiative, because these are our most vulnerable students who are experiencing trauma in that current moment of their lives and their families. So there was an email about 2 weeks ago with their staff again, requesting information on how to support our families who are currently experiencing homelessness in one of our schools. And I would like status on that, on the follow-up. And then I also just wanted to express my deep disappointment and grief over the email that was sent out April 25th by Dr. Kippen to the entire staff on the comments that were made by our teachers union. I've worked in 2 different districts, a charter school, and I've never seen leadership talk to us or teachers that way. And when I gave feedback to Dr. Brady about this would be a great opportunity to create a better culture for our students, Dr. Brady, you quoted, "I stand with this email," which again, I was really deeply disappointed because I understand tensions are high, but as leaders, we should do better. So I hope that with our new Assistant Superintendent of Ed Services, that we can really change that culture. Yes, these conversations are tough. Yes, these comments that teachers make, the public makes are tough. But we were elected, we were put in these roles because we have the wisdom and the grace and the understanding to receive them and to react in a better way. And I hope that we can do that as well. All of us, we are held to that standard, myself as well. And thank you, whoever comes and teaches me how to be better. That's what being a human is all about. And I appreciate that. And I just wanted to bring that up. I really hope that we can continue in collaboration, that we see these moments as growing steps, because I think that where I know our district is moving in a different direction with 2 people coming in. I think it's time that we really put our students first, not just on paper and in our words, but really in our actions. Thank you.
Trustee Sarmiento.
Thank you. I'd also like to welcome Miss Laura Filia. Did I say that right? Yeah. As our new Assistant Super of Educational Services. She's got her work cut out for her, and we'll definitely give her the support that she needs. Other than that, I concur with most of what you said. That's all I have.
Trustee Benford Castaneda.
Thank you. I would also like to welcome our new Assistant Superintendent, Dr. Julia. I I knew I was gonna butcher it too, so that's why I said it right away. But I also wanted to congratulate our students, the student council from Las Palmas for their presentation. I always like to see those students, future board members of the National School District. Congratulate also Employee of the Month, Guadalupe Sandoval. And the volunteer, Margarita Lepe. I was very pleased to see that we had a recruiter bring her in. That's when I saw the couple here. They are very involved with family, and when I heard that they recruited her, you can just that with that we knew that she was going to be a very strong volunteer. So congratulations to her and all her volunteerism. And Ms. Walker has a very dedicated volunteer. So congratulations to her and welcome to our new employees. Let's see. I have a lot on my list, sorry. I'd like to thank Dr. Brady for her leadership on the California Green Urban Schools Award and everybody who had their hand in it. I don't want to name everybody, but thank you to everybody for all of their hard work and all of that. Everybody got on their presentations here tonight. Let's see. I would like to actually, contrary to what Ms. Lopez said, is actually thank you, Dr. Kiffin, for your actual update for your email. I know in the past we have always updated everybody on what's going on in negotiations, and it's important to share the information and its truths. So thank you to that. I know that as a board, we sent something out as a group. Unfortunately, we did something that was not correct because we shared it out as a board. So we started as HR sharing it out. So it is important because it's very transparent because we do need to have that communication both ways. So thank you for that because it is important because not all membership has that information. And when we have that information out there, it is very clear on what we're actually negotiating. So thank you for that because again, it is very important that it's clear and the truth is all out there. So thank you. And with that, I would like to, I had a school visit to Las Palmas and to Kimball. Thank you, Dr. Brady, for sharing your time with me. I wasn't wanting to go to Kimball at first because I know that you and Ms. Lopez had already gone, but they had the other Nino there, event there, so I popped in and I didn't want to overlap, but because I knew you guys had gone, but it was a nice event there and they had a lot of activities and it was a nice day to share that day with the students. And I had already shared that I had about Las Palmas. Let's see, happy belated Mother's Day. Happy birthday to Dr. Brady and Ms. Sarmiento. And last but not least, I would like to say happy belated birthday to my eldest. He turned 25 years old on Mother's Day. And I got to share I know I'm okay to share my age, but anyways, I got to share my Mother's Day with my son, he's the reason why I am able to have a Mother's Day. So I'd like to say happy belated birthday to my son, John. With that, have a good day.
I'd like to just add that, just as advice to you, I tell my kids that I'm sorry, but you're all adopted because I'm not old enough to have kids your age.
Trustee Avalos. Well, first of all, I want to thank the students that were here at our board meeting. They did a great job. As I think they sit here right on the dais when we're not here, which is great. And it's always an honor to give our a family that, a lady that has come and helped. Margarita was her name. And she's gone far and beyond, apparently, as being a wonderful parent and helping the schools. I was very impressed by all that she has done, putting up the balloons and getting food for them to eat, and everybody contributing throughout National City. That means that all we have to do is go ask, right? If we don't ask, they're not gonna give it to us. But she had the courage and the know-how to go and ask, hey, we need food for our staff, we need this for our children, which I think was wonderful that she did that. Also, I was able to go visit Kimball School and Las Palmas School. I was very impressed by our educators that are teaching the right curriculum, is that you said. But also, I was I felt really good that as I looked around the walls, they were teaching them manners, how to say thank you, how to be kind, how to be nice. And I think it's great because sometimes we as parents don't do that. I know I've got grandchildren, and before they are radio children, you probably know my grandson Aurelio. His 2 children, which I helped raise and take them to mommy and me. And when they come to my apartment, and they're older already, and I want to know what are the 7 magic words before you even come in. It's thank you, you're welcome, excuse me, please. And, you know, they have to know that. But what's the most important magic word? Grandma is pretty. That's the most important magic word. But I mean, I was very impressed that our teachers are teaching our children that. They are teaching them what they should be knowing to be able to go ahead and go to middle school and to high school, but manners and respect, which is very important right now because we've lost so much of the old school teaching, and we are teaching that also. So I think it's great. And yes, I did walk around Las Palmas School, and I was concerned about what they showed the gate. That aisle there has been there since my grandchildren went to Las Palmas School. Nothing has changed. Hopefully, the city will look into it more so and maybe be able to help it. I'm not saying it's going to be tomorrow, but the thing is that they were told, and a city councilman, Mr. Rodriguez, met me there at the school, at the park, and we went across and saw it. It was a concern for him as well. So that was nice. And I think happy birthday, Alma. Thank you. Happy birthday, Mrs. Brady. Dr. Brady, excuse me. And thank you everyone for being here. Dr. Burke.
I have 2 people at home, 2 family members waiting for me to blow out blow out candles. It's the birthday of 2 family members today. So I will quickly say thank you to everybody, and I'm going home for cake when this ends.
We're having cake here. You could stay.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
It's a kid waiting, bedtime pressure. So.
No. Happy birthday to whoever it is.
My son and my mother-in-law.
Oh.
Dr. Kevin. I want to thank the Las Palmas students for their presentation today. I also want to congratulate Margarita Lepe and Guadalupe Sandoval for all of their contributions and their recognitions tonight. I want to welcome Dr. Filia to the NSD family. I want to congratulate all of our schools and all of the people who made the Green Ribbon Gold Award happen. And I know it's a lot of work, and it's really nice to see that recognition. And I look forward to celebrating next week. We have on May 21st, the celebration that we do, the special board meeting, and we're going to be recognizing our employees for their years of service, the teacher of the year, the classified employee of the year, and retirees. So that'll be a very special event. And I also want to recognize Ms. Sarmiento and Dr. Brady for their birthday month. I also do want to address Ms. Lopez's comments, and I just want to say that I really feel like it's my job to address misinformation that is given here in public comment or within the district. And I cannot tell you how many people, including teachers, who thank me for that clarification. So I just wanted you to be aware of that. I also would recommend that you please get to know our administrators. Our administrators, our supervisory, and our confidential employees who are employees and some of them grew up here in National City and are your constituents, but I think they're feeling devalued from you in particular. And I think it would be nice if you could get to know them a little bit better before you make judgment and making those calls.
Dr. Brady.
So I also want to say thank you for always being a board that recognizes our presentations and welcomes our new employees. I want to thank Trustee Sarmiento for remembering to add Dr. Filia to the Welcoming to National School District. That was an important piece too, because we know that we have a lot of work to do for our students, and we think that she will be a great contribution to that. I do want to echo Trustee Avalos's comments about manners and respect. I think there's a time and a place, and I would love an opportunity to sit down and learn more about the concerns about our culture. I personally have been in this district for 9 years. This board has been serving together for the most part. Alma, I think, I'm sorry, Trustee Sarmiento, you've been on for a very long time, and I have really enjoyed the manners and the respect and the way in which concerns are brought forward. My door is always open. My phone is always available. You can call me. If I missed an email from you in the middle of doing an LCAP to make sure that that gets done because we don't have an assistant superintendent of educational services, I apologize. In no way would I ignore an email about homelessness because I didn't feel that that was urgent. So if I missed that, I will apologize. Ms. Avalos, I want to thank you. I had once asked that you call in private when we're out. You can, call me Leangela. When we're in board meetings, I've asked that you call me Dr. Brady, and I recognize that you have made a concerted effort to remember to call me Dr. Brady. And in an educational institution like a school district, those degrees matter. And I want to especially congratulate Dr. Francisco Lopez, who just received his doctorate degree. So tonight you heard him introduced as doctor, and I will try to remember to call him doctor, just as you have tried to remember to, we try to give each other that professional respect when we're here sitting on the dais. I think that's really important, and I thank you for doing that. I want to thank all the board members that have come out to the schools to look at things, and I do look forward to continuing to be transparent, to communicate effectively at all times. I do stand by Dr. Keppen and her when Dr. Keppen wanted to, there was some information that needed clarification that was being presented in a way, and assuming positive intentions, it needed clarification. And she sent out a very factual, unemotional clarification. And I stand behind the transparency. Thank you to Trustee Betancourt Castañeda for recognizing that. I know the board has asked us to do that after every negotiation, and we have not, because we have asked our labor partners to do those as joint communication, and that has not always been something that they've wanted to do, and we wanted to respect that. But when information that affects our other employee groups is being shared inaccurately, and we feel we have clarifying information, I do believe it is our duty to do that, and I want to thank you for doing that. So I do believe in my 9 years here that this is a district that has a lot to be proud of. When you start in any district, you see where they are. You don't see where they have been and all of the wonderful work, and I want to validate all of the staff and all of the work that has come along to bring us to where we are. Do we think we're done? No, there's places to grow, and I look forward to sitting together with you to hearing more about what we can do, because I do hear a lot from you that this district needs fixing. This culture is bad, and I disagree wholeheartedly with those comments. I feel they're sweeping generalizations, and in the same breath, you say, I'm proud of this district, I'm proud of these awards, I'm proud of the work of our staff, and then you say, you shake your head, yes, this district is broken, this district needs fixing. And I disagree with that, and I would never, in my 9 years, have this conversation on a dais, because I believe this is a conversation we should have, and I should understand what you need, and I should be working toward that vision as a collective whole of a board. But since you did open up your comments, I feel the need to at least speak up for the staff that's working really, really, really hard to create a beautiful district for our kids, a positive learning environment. There are people that work really, really hard, and it's all staff. And so I hope that we can come to a place where we can work together collaboratively for our children of National School District. And with that, I'll just say happy staff appreciation to all staff this month of May, and happy birthday, Oma. I'm sorry, trustee.
As usual, I
Sorry,
gotta
Madam.
say something. I don't mean to do that, but this happened. Let me clarify something about Mrs. Lopez. I am glad that she was an educator here for so many years, and she retired 9 years ago. The thing is, what I did say to her was that I didn't appreciate the fact that she came to a board meeting to reprimand one of our new board members. Or if one of our board members is doing something wrong, that the board take care of it. We don't need to stand there and reprimand a new board member. Just like all of us, that we first become board members, there's a lot to learn, there's a lot to know, and we're learning by one step at a time. And you are too, Mrs. Lopez, so did I. It took me a while. Had I not had Mr. Greer here, who was a wonderful mentor who took me by my hand, not only by one hand, but two hands, and told me what to do, how to do it, and what to say, because he taught me how to do that. And Mrs. Lopez, if we can send her a list of all our board meetings for next year, let's do that and have her come to every board meeting if she wanted. I remember a lot of educators that have been here and have retired, and they're enjoying their retirement. I've never seen one come back and recommend any board member here on our dais here. And I didn't appreciate it, but you know, you're doing a great job, and we're just learning step by step on what to do and what to say and how to do it. So we all have done that, okay? So like I said, let's send her a list of our board meetings and let her come to every board meeting if she has the time and not be enjoying her retirement like most educators are right now. And I just wanted to clarify that. She can come to any board meeting. I mean, I didn't tell her not to. Okay, that's it.
I apologize, trustee Avalos, for laughing, because my friend Frank, who's come to, different, like when I was sworn in, he does show up to board meetings for my district, and he lets them have it.
Oh my goodness. How long have you been retired?
9 years, but
Oh my goodness.
but he was also the president of the union for 16. And so if you are messing with it, or if you are messing with his teachers,
Okay.
you better expect to hear from him. And so he has called those, so I'm used to that. I'm used to that kind of show up. I'm also used to letters being sent out on negotiations all the time. That's normal. And there are times where districts are able to do it together. And I have been on the receiving end as a union member of some nasty letters, not factual ones. There's a difference between a factual letter and what I have received. And if you think that what you saw was unkind, I'd be happy to show you what unkind looks like. Information is not disrespectful. I would love it if NCTA and CSEA, as they go through, I would like if we could put together a joint communication that comes out. It just depends on the group as to whether they are, like, whether that's an agreed upon thing. Sometimes you get something coming out from the district and something coming out from the union. That happens too, that's normal. But, let's see, I have different things on my list. So, Dr. Burke, if you could add to a safety update, our friendly neighborhood coyote that, seems to really like living in our backyard. He looks really healthy. So I'm wondering if he's helping hurting the cat population. I'm not sure, but he is back here and I'm just not sure how much everybody knows about him. I would hate for someone to be hurt because he gets skittish or whatever, but that's a completely different safety issue. But we do have a friendly neighborhood coyote apparently. I do want to thank everyone for their presentations. I want to remind us we have 16 days of school. Mrs. Franco, I'm thankful that you're here. You started my space here as the first person to actually mentor and lead me as a teacher. And I just thank you for staying to me and proving once again that you are what our teachers are made of. Even to
I'm coming back for the next 10 years to every board meeting.
We'll call you for the important ones. Trustee Lopez, last meeting you had asked about PLAs, and we are going to get that on the agenda. I've discussed it with Dr. Brady. The only thing that we were discussing was that the time frame is again tonight with the trustee maps, especially that it's just taking some chunks of time, and so we were wanting to get trustee maps settled and voted on, and then bring the PLA discussion forward. We're not we aren't avoiding that.
We had a PLA discussion before. You might want to look up the research on that before. I had brought that forward before, so check that, and it was voted down or something like that, so.
Okay.
So check the history on that.
Yeah, Dr. Brady was telling me that too, because some speakers were brought forward from neutral organizations.
Both sides, and I had brought it forward before, and there was no interest in having it, so, I don't remember what year it was. It was in my first term.
Give us some context.
So before I goes again on that, get some information, because we had both sides that were close to the front of it, so just so that I know you and.
It's a very healthy discussion.
Yeah, we had a lot of speakers here. It was a packed house, so the three of us here, it was Marinella and Brian Coffin in the office on the board at the time.
Okay, thank you. So let me see. As far as the donors choose policy, we will be looking at, we'll look at that as well to discuss that and get that on the schedule. There are some things I believe that are out of our control with donors choose policy. Because from what I understand, like for instance, things donated to a classroom and under the guise of classroom are all straightforward property of the school because it has been given within a classroom context, and that's the way that is supposed, that's the way that my understanding was it legally works, but seeing as there are components to that, we will.
So we'll bring that forward since it's not on this agenda and we can't discuss it tonight. However, there was a memo that went out that was very comprehensive from Dr. Burke. I'll make sure I reiterate it in your Friday update about what the internal controls are that don't allow us to do crowdsourcing funding in a school district. But there's a rationale. And of course, we would love to get more things and more money and everything, but there are internal controls that are very important to adhere to. So we'll make sure you get that information, and if an item is still needed, we'll be happy to speak to it publicly.
Trustee Lopez, you have a light before I finish.
Yes, thank you. I also did want to clarify that I did forward the email that was sent out by Dr. Kevin to you, President Gates, and I asked, let me speak about this in closed session, because I did have some concerns to share and discuss there. I never received a response. I didn't want to send it to Trustee Avalos as a clerk, because again, that would have been an internal or email meeting. So I did take that step to talk more about it. I don't hear back. So that's why I felt the need to bring it up at least now. So I think moving forward, what is the best way to communicate with you? Do you prefer text or email when I have questions or want to talk about something in closed or open session? Because I don't know what's more effective right now.
Texting honestly works best.
Okay.
Because frankly, we get a ton of emails, and I've been getting home at 8:30. I don't know about the rest of y'all, but I've been getting home at 8:30 regularly if I'm lucky. And so, giving me a heads up that you shot me something is helpful.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, Dr. Brady, go ahead.
I'd just like to add that if you have any concerns about employees, that's my domain. So speaking about any other employee in closed session would come through me. If you felt you didn't like my response to your email to me about Dr. Kevin's email where you expressed your concerns, then the question would be talking about me in closed session with the board. And that would be the proper protocol, not speaking about Dr. Kevin or any other employee in closed session.
I would like to specifically say thank you for being willing to address hard things. We had a number of pieces tonight that are difficult. And I also want to thank the board as a whole for pursuing answers and better wisdom for us and for our community on behalf of students and families, because if we aren't willing to be uncomfortable with some of the topics or things like that that are brought up, how can we expect others to trust us with that discussion? So thank you for being willing to take a deep breath and do that. I will remind everyone that Trustee Sarmiento, there's cake. Dr. Brady, there is not cake, but there's something else. So for our evening, thank you and good night.